Hello and welcome to this, our 187th live stream. Post-conference apocalypse. Boy, has it been. We got back from San Diego and half the household has gotten sick. So, between a sick bunny and a sick producer, no one around here has been getting much sleep. So, we want to thank you for joining us this week. We are definitely not prepared. It's been a shambolic week, but we are happy to have actually been able to make it. So, we're glad you could join us tonight. Now, a little channel business before we begin. First thing is that the tour to Egypt is still on. Because of numbers, we're now only able to offer the core tour, not the extended tour. But there's still places available if you want to join us. But do so as soon as you can to avoid late fees. So the Egypt tour is still on for March. So we're really thrilled about that. So it's got the green light to go ahead. So this thing's happening. Yay, praise God, miracles happen. The second thing is we want to thank our substantial contributor to this channel who decided to pull a little bit of a practical joke saying he wanted to be named and then said, no, I don't want to be named. Okay, well, if you give us a practical joke, we'll just go with it. Come on. You don't know what kind of channel we are. So, but we do seriously want to thank him. And we would thank him anyway. So, but I understand his reasons for not being named. So we're going to respect that. He's going to be secret contributor. But we are seriously very grateful because this channel would not be what it is today without him. So we do want to thank him and thank his support. It has meant an awful lot to us. All right. And then we also want to lay out the channel rules. Oh, another thing. We also want to thank our regular subscribers because we hit 15,000 this week. So we are thrilled to have made that milestone. So thank you so much for everyone who watches our content and spreads the URLs out there. It is having an effect, and we've hit 15K. So we are very thrilled about that. So let's go briefly over the rules for the live stream, and then we'll get into the questions. Okay? Yes, it is. First is super chats have priority. This is true on every YouTube channel. No one should be surprised by this. Yeah, next milestone is 2 million views. Yeah, we're on 2 million? Oh, views. We've actually already passed 2 million. Yeah, we've already passed 2 million views. So let me just take a check here. At least I think we've already passed that. Let me just, maybe we are. Lifetime, I can check that right now. No, we've hit 2 million. Yeah, we've hit 2 million already. I think what he's doing is he's looking at Social Blade, and Social Blade's a little behind. Yeah, we also hit 2 million this week, so yeah. Okay. Next rule is non-super chat questions must begin with a Q and a colon. If it doesn't begin with a Q and a colon, we don't see it. It might as well not exist. Okay? We will just assume that it is for somebody else in the live chat. Okay? So all non-super chats directed to me personally have to begin with a Q and a colon. Okay? Next thing is only post your non-super chat questions once. No question spamming. Okay? If we get the slightest scent of question spamming, we'll disqualify the question for the live stream. Okay? Now we got to come down hard on that because we've had too many people do this. Okay? Next is if it's a verse from the Bible, we ask that that you give us some context here. So for something from the Bible, we ask that you give us the chapter or what book it's from, the chapter and the verse. We also ask that if you sponsor a question, you only sponsor one question, and also one question per super chat. Okay? And if you do sponsor a question, please put the question in your super chat so we don't have to go hunting for it. That just makes life a whole lot easier and saves us time and keeps the live stream rolling. Okay? So with that said, let's get into questions. Okay. The first non-super chat I'm going to take tonight is from Slam RN. Turkey, ham, or other? Oh, by the way, happy Thanksgiving. Nearly forgot that. We did turkey. we had turkey. I basically cooked up a turkey breast, and we had it on Alfredo pasta. It was really delicious. Yeah, clearly we broke keto when we did that, but hey. Okay. Next super chat we'll do here is from Aiden Rodriguez, who says, "Hey, Dr. Falk, any tips or advice on how to lead a Bible study is more of a study and not nearly a sort of round table discussion about a biblical passage, if that makes sense. Thanks." Yeah. Oh, yeah. This totally makes sense. Many Bible studies are little more than going around in a circle sharing each other's ignorance. Okay? And I think that's something that doesn't do the term Bible study justice. Okay? Now, what I think it should happen is that you should really get into the text, really go in deep. Now, that's going to require preparation on behalf of the person leading the study. Okay? So the person who leads the study, to go deeper, I think what they should do is take the passage verse by verse. Now, if you don't get through a whole chapter in a night, that's okay. Even if you're just taking a small pericope of the passage of the chapter, and I understand a lot of Bible studies are organized on the one chapter a week basis. Okay, have everyone read the chapter because they'll know what's coming up, but also as the study leader, basically go through the passage verse by verse, pointing out the relevant features of text. Get yourself a good commentary. Okay. Now, I don't think you have to go quite as deep as, say, what a pastor would do, but the method's the same practically, where you're taking the verse or the passage and you're parsing it. You're going through and you're showing everyone, well, here's what you see in the passage as you go through it. Okay? So that's how you make it deeper, is one person does sort of the heavy lifting here to investigate the passage deeply, as opposed to going around in a circle and sort of, well, I think this, I think that, I think this, and nobody's the wiser. I've never seen one of these circle Bible studies where anyone was really the wiser after getting through with it. So Yeah, roundtable Bible study discussions are just like the worst. Now, that's not to say you can't have it organized in a circle or that people can't have questions, but one person should lead. One person should lead, one person should be conducting the study, and essentially doing the heavy lifting of the entire, basically, study.
But it is reasonable to assign a new person.
Oh yeah, that's totally cool. Yeah. As my producer said, it's reasonable to have one person actually, the one person who leads the study, change every week. That's reasonable. You can do that. Now, there is a caution here. Sometimes you're going to have somebody in your Bible study who's completely whacked. And what I mean by that is, you might be talking about a passage in James, and the guy is just focused on astrology. Okay, you don't want that in a Bible study. You don't. If you know that somebody who is not, say, competent to teach, they shouldn't be allowed to lead it. All right? So just keep that in mind as you do this, that there's some discernment involved in how you organize it. Okay? Okay. So that said, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Next one here is Bonbon. What are your thoughts on the new evidence of an inscription saying God Jesus that was recently discovered? What are the implications? Okay. You're talking here about the Megiddo mosaic. Now, the Megiddo mosaic was the mosaic of an ancient church, and a really old one. It dates to about 230 AD. Okay, so it's about 100 years before the Council of Nicaea. Now, this is really cool. Now, it's not really groundbreaking or new. There had been church fathers who had mentioned that Jesus is God, going all the way back to the time of the apostles. But higher critics had always thought that there was this lingering doubt that Jesus was ever regarded as God until Nicaea. And the idea was that over time, the idea that Jesus was regarded as divine was something that was a slow development in the church. That the church didn't start off like this, but it was a slow development. What archaeological evidence like this shows is this wasn't a slow development. This was pretty much immediate. So this is actually really, really great evidence that Jesus, from essentially the earliest times of the Christian faith, was regarded as God. And the inscription itself is actually a donation mosaic. So this was a woman who made a large donation to the church. She had donated an altar, and was paying for this mosaic to commemorate her donation of the altar. So, Darkblade says 230 is still 200 years after the time of Jesus. Yeah, but think about that. People live to 100. That's 2 people. Okay? That's 2 people. So, it's not that long, really, when we think about it. The fact is that Jesus, his reputation would have had to be long pre-existed that. But in order to be even considered for a mosaic like this. So, yeah, that's... But it does completely debunk the whole, well, this was a Nicene development. No, No. This predates Nicaea by at least 100 years. So, okay. So that's what I think the implications are. I think it's good evidence. I think it's great evidence that the whole. I mean, we had this already, as I said. This isn't new. The only thing that's new is we found it now in a secondary context. That's what's new. In an archaeology. So that's really what's new here. It's not that we didn't know that this was the case. As I said, we have church fathers that go to, I think, believe 90 AD, which basically make the same statements. Okay? But what's new is we found it in an extra textual context, in an archaeological context. That's very unusual. That's exceptionally rare. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, third question here is also from Bonbon. And he asks, was divorce easy in Egypt even if you had kids? If you had kids, how would children react to such a thing? Was there a cultural limit to how much divorce was too much? And did anyone complain about that? Okay, let's sort of take these in reverse order. There was no cultural limit to divorce. You could just keep getting divorces. That was something that was totally normal in Egyptian society. So, as far as we know, there was no limit to it. We do have records of people going through 6 marriages at least. So, this was a thing. Now, divorce was more difficult if you had kids. Okay, the real difficulty here was the division of property. It's always the division of property. That's always the stickiest thing about any divorce in any time, is how property is divided. Okay, and it was no different for the Egyptians. Now, the Egyptians had a general rule, which is there's a 2/3 division of property. Property is divided into thirds: the husband's share, the wife's share, and the house. Now, when there's no kids involved, the house goes back to the husband because the husband contributed the house. So the husband contributes 2/3 to begin with. He walks away with the 2/3. Okay, so that's when there's no children. Now, if there's children involved, the children get the house. Okay, so in the case of a divorce, husband walks away with his third, the wife her third, and the children get the house. So after that division of property, there's some property you can't divide down 2/3 in 1/3 lines. So if you can't divide it down into thirds, like, for example, let's say you have a single slave. You can't really divide a slave into thirds. So what would end up happening would be that the slave would, basically the monetary value of the slave would revert back to one of the partners. Okay? So that's the only time when like courts really got involved, is if you couldn't just basically work it out amongst yourself how to divide certain non-divisional, not easily divided kinds of property. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next is Super Chats. Okay, our first Super Chat here is from Jonathan Snyman for 70. And he says, "Hi, Dr. Falk." Hello, Johan. Can Luke 23:34 be translated from Greek so that it says, Father, forgive them, not for they know what they do? We have Hebrew roots guys here in South Africa claiming that is the correct way. All right, let's take a look. Go here. Go to Luke. Luke 23. And verse 20. 23:34, sorry. Okay. And the passage says, but Jesus was saying, Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. And they cast lots, dividing up his garments among themselves. Now, the critical passage here is 34a. Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they're doing. Now, let's take a look at the Greek. Pull up the Greek here. Okay. Hode Jesus elegon pater aphes ates otios, sorry. Hu gar uidesen ti poien. Okay, now one of the things we have to understand. Okay, so we got, and Jesus said. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Father, forgive them. That's pretty straightforward too. For they do not know what they're doing. Okay, now that last bit in the R. Now, interestingly enough, the for gar is always placed after the first word in the particular phrase. So it's definitely the previous not u is definitely part of that previous phase. Okay, so the Hebrew roots guys, as far as this translation, are completely wrong. There's no way you can translate this as forgive them not. That's just pure ignorance of how Greek works. Okay, so basically, what they've done here is they've tried to take the forgive them not, and Greek doesn't work this way. Greek doesn't work this way. It's always that gar, that for, is one word behind. So the gar, when you read it, when you interpret it, has to be connected to before the who. Okay? So the Hebrew roots guys are horribly wrong here. Horribly wrong. Okay? They don't know what they're doing with the Greek. Pure and simple. Okay, but there is something else about this passage we should note. Is that this passage is not found in the oldest New Testament manuscripts. It's what we would call a dubious or suspect passage. It's similar to that passage that is like, for example, with the the woman caught in adultery. Okay, it seems to have been a later addition, and this passage is one of those passages that seems to be a later addition to the text. Yeah, it is. At least the first half of Luke 23:34 is spurious. Okay, it's not found in the earliest manuscripts. All the text critics suspect it was a later addition. So, even if they're mistranslating it, it shouldn't be there anyway. In all likelihood. So, you know, so even though they don't know what they're doing with Greek, well, even if they're right, they're probably wrong. So I don't think you can make any sort of case based on this passage. So it could be part of an oral tradition. But then again, if it's part of an oral tradition, it's probably not inspired then. So we can't say for sure. So we just sort of have to, when we encounter a passage like this, it's just sort of best not to really fight over it, because it shouldn't be there in the first place. You can't say if it was there in the first place. If we knew that this was absolutely a part of the canon, yeah, okay, then we could, have that wrangling. But in this case, where we're not sure and we don't know, why even have the debate over the how it's translated? But that said, the Hebrew roots guys just don't know their Greek. I mean, the Greek here is really clear if you understand Greek. But if you don't understand Greek like the Hebrew roots guys do, well, then anything goes. Okay. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And I'm not saying anything goes if you just don't understand the language, okay? I'm just saying you're not going to convince them, is what I'm saying. They're gonna have that justification just out of pure ignorance. Okay. Next one here is also from Johan Snyman for 35, South African. Thank you very much for the super chat. How do I answer an atheist who says because Christians worship Jesus, it means we must approve of human sacrifice? Well, that doesn't follow. That's a red herring. We don't approve of human sacrifice. But God also gave himself up for this, okay? It's God's mercy and grace that forgave sins in this way. No one approves of this, because otherwise we'd also be saying, oh, we approve of sin too, so that we could have human sacrifice. So it doesn't follow. I think it's just one of those things that is sort of a broad brush. It's a broad brush. It's a red herring. It's not good reasoning. I mean, you wouldn't find anyone today who says, oh yeah, absolutely, we need more human sacrifice. Fantastic. At least not amongst, say, Bible-believing Christians, okay? So, that's just like, I mean, the argument doesn't even make sense here. It doesn't even make sense. Oh yeah, we need more human sacrifice. Let's just get a offering pyre going in the middle of the church. Ooh. Yeah. No, it's a caricature is what this is. So it's not even a serious argument. It's not even a serious argument. So I wouldn't waste a lot of time with an atheist who had arguments like this, but that's your choice. But yeah, it's just, I mean, nobody in the right mind would make this argument. All right, so I hope that helped. I wouldn't even try to justify this. It's just a silly argument. It's not a serious argument. Okay, so let's get back to the next one here. AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Why do people say the Sphinx is 12,000 years old? Well, okay. 13,000 is an unlucky number. Yes, you are, and I'm easily distracted tonight because I'm so tired. Okay, this guy, couple guys who started this theory. R.A. Schwaller de Lubitz basically began the Sphinx erosion theory. Okay, and it was also supported by John Anthony West and then by Robert Schoch. Now, one of the things we have to understand about all three of these men is none of them were trained Egyptologists. None of them. Okay? But they did write, a lot of them were mystics. Egyptian mystics. Guys who were in the 19th century, were thought that Egypt had occult significance. So, like de Lubitz, he did a work on Luxor that is interesting. He actually did record a lot of things at Luxor that were later destroyed. So, yeah, they were essentially occultists. Harry Stark says they were occultists, basically. Yeah, they were. That's what they were. Okay? So they started this view that basically said that the Sphinx was an eroded piece of limestone that was then shaped into a lion that was later then carved into the Sphinx. Okay? And this has been picked up by Graham Hancock, that purveyor of excellent Egyptology. Yeah, right. Okay. Okay, but here's the argument. Here's the general argument. The general argument here is that there's a lot of erosion on the Sphinx. That erosion had to occur over a long period of time, much longer than 5,000 years. Therefore, it's got to be a lot older. The Sphinx got to be a lot older. It's got to be like 12,000 years. Now, there's some things that are really, really stupidly wrong about this argument. Okay? Perhaps the thing I find most stupid about this argument is when you compare it to other material on the site. Okay? And most notably, the mortuary temple of Menkaure. Okay? Now, here's the thing what we know about the temple of Menkaure. It's younger. It's younger than the Sphinx. But it's more badly eroded. I mean, you go to the mortuary temple or the funerary temple of Menkaure, and the walls look like Swiss cheese. I mean, there's these big 4-foot bites out of it. I mean, it's crazy how much erosion's been happened to that temple. So the whole idea that this couldn't have happened in that short period of time doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. And it's also the idea, too, that this was all water erosion. Well, it wasn't water erosion anyway. It was basically wind erosion. And wind combined with sand has a very corrosive effect on things. It will do a real number on limestone. So it'll also, interestingly enough, create desert varnish. The little frame we have on our live stream here, that inscription, actually has desert varnish covering it because of the wind erosion. So, yeah, it's nature's sandblaster. Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And that's what Darkblade just said. Nature's sandblaster. It is. So, but that's why people say it. Is because they can't conceptualize wind erosion having a very powerful effect when we absolutely know it does. And we even know that it had a powerful effect there. So I think guys like Hancock don't know what they're talking about. They simply just don't know what they're talking about. So it's cherry picking evidence. They're taking one piece of evidence and they're cherry picking it and then making a broad general claim based upon cherry picked evidence. So that's all I can basically say about that. I think they're wrong. They're badly wrong. The evidence is all against them, but hey, they're going to say it anyway. Because it helps them sell books. Okay. Next one here is from Darkblade said, so basically the entire Sphinx is 12,000-year-old thing is one big personal incredulity fallacy. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. AT Mistress from 199. When's there a time to not use your spiritual gifts? Yeah, I think there's a time not to use them. And that's if you're ever having to put pearls before swine. If you've got a mocker who's going to mock spiritual gifts, that's the time not to use them. Now, some spiritual gifts will be very important in that case. Okay? Like, for example, that's the time to use discernment, the gift of discernment. Use your gift of discernment when you're in the presence of a mocker. Use your gift of wisdom when you're in the presence of a mocker. You can even use your gift of teaching when you're in the presence of a mocker. Don't use your gift of tongues in the presence of a mocker. Okay? Maybe not a good time for glossolalia during when you're in the presence of a mocker. Just saying. Okay? So, all things are done with discretion, essentially. This is where prudence and discretion comes in. Yeah, sometimes wisdom equals silence. I agree with Emily here. Yeah. So there's times when you don't want to use your gifts. So again, this is where discretion comes in. This is where wisdom comes in. Use them appropriately. Okay? So that's true also. My producer says church shouldn't force a person to use their gifts in such a way that they're burning them out either. Okay? So yeah, there are times when churches will sort of leverage on the gifts of a few to do all the heavy lifting of the church. And spiritual gifts should be distributed. Everyone should have a role in the church using their spiritual gifts. Okay, spiritual gifts is something that should be is to ease the burdens on the body as a whole. Okay, so it's incumbent upon every believer to use their gifts within the context of strengthening the church. Okay, so there's a time when you don't want to use it, say, amongst skeptics and unbelievers, but within the church, you should use it for the building of the church for the glory of God. With that said, churches shouldn't sort of muscle certain people to use their gifts more to the exclusion of everyone else. Okay? So that's where I would sort of put this, okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Exodus 711. What are the secret arts? Ooh. Interesting question. Okay, Exodus. Exodus 7:11. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, and they also the magicians of Egypt did the same with their secret arts. Okay. Now, the term here is lat, and it means secrets or mysteries. These are religious secrets, religious mysteries. Okay. It doesn't say secret arts, but there's the inference here of religious mysteries, magic, that sort of inference. Okay. So that's what the text is driving at here. It's the secret knowledge that comes with a religion. And the Egyptians themselves talk about this, where they talk about, say, the Chamber of Secrets. I love that. Not Harry Potter. Okay, not that Chamber of Secrets. It's called the Setcha, the religious mysteries. And most temples had a little, say, passage underneath the temple where the priests would perform the religious rites, the secrets, the setcha, the mysteries, the sacred mysteries of their particular cult. Okay, and this could be anything from magic. It could be priestly induction. There's a whole range of different things that qualified as, say, the religious mysteries. And it was a broad term for a variety of different practices. It could be things such as deep doctrines, secret doctrines, and some temples had secret doctrines. It could be, as I said, magical spells. It could be inducting priests. It was a broad category of various different things that were considered to be extremely sacred, not for the eyes of the general public. So this is one of the things that just about every cult of Egypt had. It had these sort of religious mysteries, religious secrets that were sort of part of the religious trade of being a Egyptian cult. Okay? So that's really what it means here. Is this is part of the sort of the various sacred practices that were not generally revealed to the public. Okay? So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. DWC asks a follow-up question here. At what rate percentage could magic be from demonic spirits? That's an impossible question to answer. Demonic spirits don't give us statistics, okay? What's your perspective on this? My perspective is some magic could be demonically inspired, some isn't. Some is applied pharmacology, some is just wishful thinking, Some is, correlation not equaling causation. There's various ways to explain a magical worldview. And it's not just one explanation, it's many explanations. And I think demonic spirits are just one explanation for this. Dark Blade. Magic is from Wizards of the Coast. Oh, they're not doing so good. Not with their woke D&D revamp. Woo. Woo. The Mexican orcs. Oh, that was a classic. Um.
Talks against.
Yeah. Well, want to clarify which occult text would be canon for Christians or real in that it is biblical. That's a kind of an odd question to ask. I realize that there's probably some confusion there. Okay, but no occult text would be canon for Christians. Okay, it just simply wouldn't be. Okay. And it wouldn't be biblical per se, since it wouldn't agree with the worldview of the Bible. But that's not to say that people couldn't use occult texts to achieve real effects. Okay. So, and I think this is one of the problems with modern scientism. Modern scientism tends to sort of one falls up here. For example, the Key of Solomon would be real in the sense that it exists. I don't know anything about the Key of Solomon, honestly. But even if an occult text did exist, it doesn't make it canon, doesn't make it real in terms of the Bible. I think one of the things we have to sort of parse out here is the fact that magical systems work in a variety of ways that manifest real effects, even though there might be no actual spirit undertaking. Like, for example, anthropologists have noticed that when a tribal witch doctor curses a person, they will start fading away. They'll start getting sick, getting weak, and will eventually die. Well, that has nothing to do with magic itself. It's a sociological effect. What happens is the curse isn't done in private, it's done in public. So people stop trading with that person. They stop giving them food. They stop doing business with them. And the cursed person basically becomes a pariah in their own village. And that can have a devastating effect upon a person's health, to be a pariah. So, I mean, you'll die fast if no one gives you food, or you can't buy food. You know, if it comes down to the effect where, say, you know, oh, okay, I'll give you $10 for that pineapple, and the vendor goes, I'm not doing business with you. You're cursed. Go to another pineapple dealer. And if no one will sell you a pineapple, you know, you could starve to death in a place of relative plenty, just because of the sociological factors of the curse, and had nothing to do with magic itself or anything demonic. So that's one of the things we have to sort of understand about magic, is the effects of magic are not always spiritual. They're not always spiritual. Sometimes they could be, I don't disqualify that possibility. But there's also other effects going on. So Darkblade, is it just me or does $10 for a pineapple sound like a ripoff? Oh, not here it ain't. I wish it were a ripoff here. Oh, the price of food has gone through the roof here. Maybe I'm just reflecting my own Vancouver prices for pineapples. Who knows? So, yeah, you won't get much of a pineapple either for $10. All right. Let's go on to the next one here. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries. Thank you for the super chat. Were Egyptian slaves circumcised? Congrats on 15K. Well, thank you for congratulations for the mile marker. We are thrilled that we're now at 15K. Were Egyptian slaves circumcised? Not typically, but it depends. Sometimes they were. We don't have a lot of information about Egyptian slaves. So we don't know if they were circumcised. They might have been, especially if they were part of an upper-class household. But we're not sure. We don't know. So it's possible, but we can't be sure. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Mysteries from 199. Any news on the Egypt tour? Did y'all write? Well, I did. I'm going through line editing of the novel. We are going to be self-publishing our novel, so we're going to be doing that avenue of publication. So, unless there's like a really last-minute agent who just calls us and says, "Hey, we'll represent it," we'll be self-publishing it. We don't want to wait 2 years either to have it published. So, now, regarding the tour, we said that at the beginning. It's going ahead. We're really excited about this. So yeah, we had dinner on last Wednesday with David Welch. Last Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays ago, I guess now. When we were at ETS. And he's really excited about this tour too. So we're all jazzed to be doing this. So it will be the core tour that we're doing, the one from Aswan to Cairo, and it's going to be amazing, absolutely amazing. Everyone's really excited to do this. Yeah, looking forward to this. And yes, keep writing, because we want to influence the culture, and that's how we influence the culture, is through the arts. So absolutely glad to hear you're continuing to write. And I hope that answered the question. So thank you very much. I want to thank Jack Ray, who gifted 50 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Wow, 50. Amazing. Thank you so very much. We really, really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, and the people who are gifted enjoy being members. So we are so grateful for people to become members, who pay for the memberships, and we thank you for thanks special sponsors like Jack Ray who did gifts like this. So thank you so very much. It does help support the channel greatly. JCM for $10. Will there be an evidence for the Resurrection series? I'm not planning on doing one. And the reason I'm not planning on doing one is because there's a lot of people who do this already. We tend to do work on the channel that other people don't do. Yeah, our focus is primarily on the Old Testament, on the context of the Old Testament, particularly the Torah. So for us, we don't see a lot of value in reinventing the wheel. Okay, if someone's already doing it and someone's doing it well, we'll just let them do it. And frankly, it also start when you start doing that, you also start getting into apologetics. And we're not really an apologetics channel, we're a teaching channel. Which is why I probably wasn't invited to the party with all the apologists. Of course, I couldn't have come anyway. I was going to a Michelin star restaurant, but hey. Guys, Octavius said, pretty sure IP has a good series about that already. Yeah, he probably does. And he'd be the sort of guy that would do a better treatment of this anyway. Because, again, I'm not a New Testament scholar. It's not my focus. And we're not really an apologetics channel either. So there's... Yeah, this is the sort of channel you come to when you really want to get into ancient Egypt and the Bible. Okay? Jack Ray, what star restaurant? A Michelin star. We were taken to a restaurant called Juniper and Ivy, which was strange. It's a strange restaurant, but a great dinner, great conversation. So, all right. Mysterious Fungus. How many dirty socks was the decision to leave you out of the party B? Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know if that requires a dirty sock rating. I had lunch with some of those guys anyway, so it wasn't really much of a leave out, so. Yeah, we had a great lunch with IP and Christian idealism, so yeah, it was a fun time. It was a real fun time. Okay. So there won't be, not from our channel here, a evidence for the Resurrection series. We will leave that to other channels to do, essentially. Because other channels are doing it, and they're doing it better than we are. JCM, why is predestination controversial? Oh, I can explain that. Okay. Predestination is controversial because of misunderstandings of predestination, particularly among hyper-Arminians. Okay? Now, interestingly enough, this is predestination, the doctrine of predestination, where the idea that God predestines those who are going to be saved to be saved. Okay? It's one of those things where people who sort of misunderstand theology make it a controversy where there shouldn't be one, really. And it's often caricaturized as a debate between Calvinism and Arminianism. Now, here's the thing. Arminians also believe in predestination. Both Calvinists and Arminians believe in predestination. You find this sort of deprecation of predestination once you get into sort of hyper-Arminian theology. Okay? But regular Arminian theology accepts predestination. It's found in Romans. So it's really difficult to say it's not there. So it's one of those things that I think people who are more in the mainstream of this soteriology debate really don't argue over. Romans. Let's look it up in Romans. And we'll cite the verse here. Romans. It's part of what's sometimes called the golden chain. Let's see if I can find it here quickly. Search it. Yeah, Romans 8. 8:29. Okay. For those whom he foreknew, he also predestined to become conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren. And whom he predestined, he also called. And whom he called, he also justified. And whom he justified, he also glorified. Okay? So that's where we get predestination from, is Romans 8:29-30. Okay? So both Arminians and Calvinists are going to believe in predestination. They're just going to believe it on different bases. Okay? In the case of Calvinists, they're going to believe it on the basis of divine sovereignty. In the case of the Arminian, they're going to believe it in foreknowledge, that God works with the believer, and those that he foreknew would come to salvation would be predestined to be saved. Okay, so both camps here are going to believe in predestination. It's only, as I said, when you get into, say, hyper-Arminian circles where the whole predestination thing is really controversial. No sort of down-the-middle Arminian theologian is going to rail against predestination. It's just part of the scriptures. Okay, but that's why. It's essentially, you do get some hyper-Arminians that will say it's not biblical. Okay, so that's why it's controversial, is generally because of the sort of the fringes of the argument here. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Cups are for scrubs for $7.99 Australian. Well, thank you for that super chat. How do biblical scholars view mimesis criticism of the New Testament? Hard to say, because I haven't done a lot of work in the whole mimetic thing. I always found memorial arguments to be, and as I best recall, mimesis criticism is basically when you say, well, these texts are basically a remembrance, a memorial of the events, so that the events didn't actually happen, but it's a recollection, sometimes a amplification of the events. So it's going to depend, like all forms of criticism, literary or otherwise. It's all going to depend on what the actual scholar's point of view is. Some will accept it, some won't. And as I said, this is true of any sort of position in say, criticisms. Okay, critical theories. So it's really going to depend. You know, some will be readily accepted, others won't. So, as I said, really going to depend on who's the perspective of the scholars in line. My take would be this would be something that would be have much more traction at, say, a conference like SBL than it would, say, at ETS. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much. So you're essentially your secular critical scholars are going to be more amenable to it than, say, your conservative evangelical scholars. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Member question from Juan. Thank you for the super chat, or member question. Dr. Falk, since the Bible states magic is real, doesn't state it's real. We'll go on. Then which magic is real? What occult textbooks would be canon or pseudo-canon for the Bible? Okay. None. Okay. It doesn't say the Bible. Let's make this very clear. The Bible doesn't say magic is real. It sort of assumes it's real, and that's a different thing. There's like, for example, there's certain underlying assumptions that are part of everyday life. Okay? We generally assume when we sit in a chair, this chair will hold us up. Okay? We don't have to talk about generally chairs holding us up, unless you got a really rickety one. Okay? Because we just assume it. We assume when we pick up a pen and start writing that it's going to write. Oftentimes it doesn't. But it's an assumption that's part of our everyday life. When we go into a car and we turn the key, we assume it's going to turn over and run. If your car is old, you're going to less likely have that assumption. But it's the general assumption with most vehicles. You don't generally get into a vehicle that's not going to run. Okay? So life is full of assumptions. And the biblical writers also, in their lives, had assumptions. You know, it doesn't mean that they're affirming it. Just like we would say, well, you know, a certain pen, we pick up a pen and we would assume it's going to write, but we're not always going to state it's going to write. Okay, so the Bible is going to make assumptions about how the metaphysics of the world works. But that's not the same as affirming that's how the world works. So we got to be a little careful here in how that happens. So just because, like, for example, in Exodus, you know, where it talks about the magicians using their sacred arts to do something, you know, that doesn't mean that this is an affirmation that they use magic to do it. You know, as I said, the whole term of secrets, secret knowledge, that sacred religious knowledge is very broad. It's very, very broad and covers all sorts of things that don't include magic itself. So, but there was that understanding that this was part of the way the world worked. Okay? So that's an assumption of the writer, but that's not an affirmation of the writer. So then when we look at, say, something like then occult texts, none of them would be canon. None of them would be canon. And not even pseudo-canon. Because even though there's that shared assumption across, say, the Bible and occult texts, they're not sharing the same worldview. They're not sharing the same theology. So it takes a lot more than just shared assumptions to make a text part of the biblical canon. It has to be written in such a way that it is infallible. It has to be divinely inspired. And even if you share assumptions of worldview, that doesn't make them divinely inspired. So it's almost a different category altogether. Okay, so just because they share assumptions doesn't mean they're canon. And in fact, they can share assumptions and be radically different in worldview. Like, for example, there's a lot of shared worldview between ancient Near Eastern religions. A lot of it. But we wouldn't want to say that the writings of the Ball cycle are biblical canon. You know, we just they represent two different and competing worldviews. So I think it's sort of the wrong head to even to try to sort of shoehorn occult texts into the biblical canon because of that. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciate it. Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. The serpent denies death from eating the Bible and says instead, you will be like God. Genesis 3:5. Is he saying that death in this case is the opposite of being like or closer to God? Thank you. Let's take that text. Bring up that text. Genesis 3, verse 5. Okay, so we got the deny. Let's start here at verse 3. Let's go, actually, verse 4. And the serpent said to the woman, you surely shall not die. For God knows in the day that you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. Okay. So the serpent is telling Eve, a denial of what God said. God told him, you will surely die. And the text literally says, dying, you will die, which is a sort of a way of saying, you very much will die. Okay. So there's an amplification of death. And that's what's really meant here. Dying, you will die is you will be dead in more ways you'll ever realize. Okay? So there's that going on here in the text. But he's basically trying to take the punishment, the consequences of eating the fruit out of God's. Basically, he's making that denial here. He's trying to trick Eve, essentially, is what he's trying to do. Okay? So he's not saying that death is the opposite of being closer to God. Okay? But there's also this is the lure. Okay? He's basically telling Eve that God's holding back. God's holding back. God doesn't want you to be like them, knowing good and evil. So God's holding something back from you. Not only will you not die, you'll be wise. Your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. You're double dead, yeah, pretty much. Now, that's pretty much what happens is yeah, you're double dead. And it's not just your physical death, and we got to be really clear about this. I did a whole video on just death in the garden and how many kinds of death are going on in before a single body hits the floor. Yeah, there's a lot of death that happens in the garden once that fruit is eaten, and it's goes beyond merely just falling dead. So God meant spiritual death. Oh, he meant all kinds of death, not just spiritual death. Spiritual death is one. There's spiritual death, because we have to understand that death is separation. Now, once you understand that the ancient Near Eastern concept of death is separation, then you see all the kinds of death that's going on. You know, husband is separated from the wife. Man is separated from God. Man is will eventually have his soul separate from his body. He'll separate from the animals. They're separated from the angelic spirit critters. They're separated from sacred space. And they're cast out. They're separated from a commensal relationship with nature. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. So, I mean, it's just crazy how many kinds of death are in that passage. So, Jonathan Walker says most people think God lied because it wasn't instant physical death. Yeah, exactly. And it was instant death. It just wasn't instant physical death. So I mean the amount of death happening in that passage is it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy how much of it is going on. But it's all subtext. It's all in the subtext. So, you know, once you understand it's in the subtext, then you can see it. And you just go, whoa, there's a lot going on in that passage. So he's the serpent is not saying that death is the opposite of being like God, or closer to God. What he is saying, though, is that God's holding out on you. You know, you could be wise like God and have your eyes opened, and this thing won't really hurt you. Yeah, right. Never trust a talking snake. So, okay, so that should cover that. Hope that helped, Jonathan. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But yeah, crazy how much death is in that passage. That passage is just absolute replete with death. Darkblade says, I heard Dan McClellan liken it to someone metaphorically saying, if you do X, I will unalive you. That's a really immature reading of the text. It's a very surface reading. It's an immature reading. It's an immature reading. It's one that really has not really grappled with the text in a meaningful way. So, Volts. McClellan's like the talking snake. Yeah, pretty much. He is a talking snake. Okay. Next super chat here. Member question is from followers of the Shepherd. What is your opinion on the Megiddo mosaic? We actually covered that at the beginning of the live stream. So I think it's a great discovery. It was found in situ. You know, in situ discoveries, they're always going to be the best, most reliable discoveries. And as I said before, it dates reliably to around 230 AD. It's clear that it's 100 years prior to Nicaea. So it sort of puts to rest this whole idea that Jesus was not considered God until 300 years later at Nicaea. So it puts to bed that thing entirely. So I think that's it's a good discovery. It's a good discovery. It's a nice mosaic too. It's actually a nice mosaic. So I hope they put it on display soon. That would be really fantastic. But they found it. I believe they found it in the middle of like a prison yard. So I don't know what they're going to do with the prison, but But they were doing some renovations in this prison, and I think that's where they found it. So, okie dokie. So, hope that helped. Next question here is from Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Why do skeptics think if the Bible was true, it would have the Big Bang, dinosaurs, evolution, and spherical world instead of the author's understanding of the world 2 to 3,000 years before science? It's immature reading. It's immature reading. It's the idea that, well, if it's true, it has to be true as we understand it today. And we wouldn't expect other texts to do this. We wouldn't understand, say, the philosophers of the Enlightenment to understand sciences today, but we can still sort of follow their arguments and appreciate them in their own context. And it's a kind of presentist fallacy. It's a kind of presentist fallacy. Say that what we have today is always going to be the best. Our understanding today is always going to be superior. Well, it might be superior to that of 100 years ago, but that's because of our similarity. 50 years from now, what we think is absolute truth is going to be intellectual rubbish. I still remember that quote from Rudolf Bultmann. Who thought he thought that his theology was so superior. He was pretty much a skeptic, but he was a skeptic in Lutheran robes, but we won't get into that. But Bultmann used to say that the modern German people, now understand he's writing in the 1930s. He's writing in the 1930s. And Bultmann says, we've got all this amazing technology, superior technology, and everything we're going to say is absolutely true because we got the telegraph. Of any piece of technology he could have picked, the telegraph didn't age well. Okay? Yeah, this is the problem with the presentist fallacy. If you say your opinion is absolutely the unvarnished truth based upon our technology being superior today, well, 50 years, 100 years down the road, technology is going to change. And probably some of those views will also change as well. And quite frankly, nobody really looks at Bultmann anymore. It's just now essentially rubbish. Oh yeah, the telephone was already several decades old by the 1930s. Yeah. Francis Dodds. What do you mean? I use my telegraph every day. Is there anyone actually receiving your message? Yeah, I mean, Western Union doesn't even. I don't think they don't even do telegraph anymore. I mean, they were the big telegraph provider, but they don't. They don't use telegraphs anymore. Who uses telegraphs these days? Okay, so, but that's the problem with the presentist fallacy is, you you're holding an ancient piece, an old piece of literature, and it could be any old piece of literature from 5 years ago to 5,000 years ago, and then trying to compare it to what we know today. And that's just a way to make you look like an idiot, essentially. So we wouldn't expect biblical authors to know about the Big Bang, dinosaurs, evolution, or the spherical Earth, because it was not part of their worldview. It wasn't part of their worldview. It wasn't part of their context. Just like today. Telegraph's not really part of our context. So, again, it's one of those arguments of immature thinking. Immature thinking. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. TBD, $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Other than ABR, what scholars should be avoided? Oh, okay. Scholars that were associated with the... What's it? David Roll's Colloquium on Chronology. Okay? Here's one that I think should be really avoided. There's a cadre of scholars who were influenced by David Roll. Now, what David Roll used to do was to keep scholars from attacking him, basically to give him a free pass. He would invite young academics to a colloquium on chronology. And it would he gave these guys an opportunity to participate in an early scholarly activity. And he would focus on either newly minted PhDs or people with a graduate degree who would eventually get a PhD. And he did this with a lot of scholars. Okay? He would pipe them through. And this is one of the reasons, for example, why Michael Heiser never really viewed David Roll with a critical eye, because he had gone through that colloquium, and it's sort of an unwritten rule that you don't bite the hand that feeds you. So a lot of early scholars are beholden to their first benefactors. Okay, so you typically don't bite the hand that gives you that first sort of leg up into the scholarly world. So this is why, Michael Heiser never attacked David Roll, even though David Roll's chronology is complete and utter rubbish. Okay, this is why Gary Habermas doesn't attack Shroud of Turin supporters. It's the same thing, because even though a lot of the science used by Shroud of Turin guys is not very good, Habermas got a lot. His first scholarly opportunities from basically the Shroud, from STURP. STURP is what's it called now? Shroud of Turin Research Project. Okay, so there's a lot of these sort of groups that predate on early academics. Okay, and again, STURP is one of these organizations. The Chronology Colloquium of David Roll's another. So, you even find some creationists that do this too. There's a, what is it now? It's not Answers in Genesis. It's another one. There's another one that does this. that will predate on early academics in this way. So it's not this practice is not limited to ABR, but ABR does it too. Okay. It's not ICR. It's the Australian equivalent of Answers in Genesis. Shroud Crowd. Yes, there's that. Yeah, it's not ICR. It's the one that's based out of Creation Ministries International. Yes, CMI. That's it. Yeah, they do this too. So yeah, a lot of these groups will try to get early career academics, beholden to them, so they'll either come to their defense or be more neutral towards them. So you kind of got to watch out for that. I mean, a lot of them are just trying to enculturate them into the worldview to make them sensitive to it, but you do have to be a little careful of some of these academics. I mean, the ones that I knew one of them at CMI, who, she got her master's degree in New Testament, and they sort of kind of rolled her into the organization. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for super chat. Very much appreciate. But there's a lot of these, and some of them are. I'll say this. I wouldn't avoid every scholar that comes out of these groups. Okay. But there is a bias here, and you got to recognize the bias. Because there's an agenda behind the bias. If you understand, like, for example, like Michael Heiser, great scholar, really great scholar. I mean, I really have benefited greatly from his work. Okay? But I wouldn't trust anything he says about chronology or the Exodus specifically because of that influence from David Rohl. Okay. So, and he has shown that bias is there because of that acculturation that happened through the colloquium. So, okay. Jonathan Walker asks, "Is Got Questions another one?" I'm not sure. One I'm kind of cautious of is Catholic Answers. I think Catholic Answers does this too. So, DW said, "I never knew Michael Heiser talked about the Exodus." He does occasionally. But I'm probably more acutely aware of it because that's sort of my focus. So when somebody talks about the Exodus, I kind of, the bells go off, and it's like, oh, he's talking about the Exodus. What's he gonna say? Yeah. So that's because of my own bias here. All right, let's take the next super chat here. Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Since Jesus could empty himself or put aside some attributes, Philippians 2:7, could one argue that any member of the Trinity could do ungodly acts by putting aside some attributes? No, it can't be argued that. Okay. Putting aside we have to understand what's really meant by emptying oneself is just it's a refusal to use them. Okay. So in the case of, say, omniscience, it's just refusing to use that to your advantage. Or case of power, is refusing to use it for your advantage. Now, in some sense, humans can do this too. You know, a judge can refuse to sentence a perpetrator, exhibit grace and mercy, even though he has the power to do so. That's setting aside his one power to demonstrate another attribute. Okay. Now, the judge in this case is not doing an ungodly act. He's operating in accordance to his prerogative and his mandate. But that's what's really meant by putting to empty oneself in the Philippians 2 verse 7 sense. Is it's really more of the you're emptying yourself of your advantages. Okay? So it's not so much that he's completely setting aside all godly attributes. Like he's not, for example, setting aside his benevolence. You know, he's not that sort of. He's still because that's, we have to understand that those attributes are not all the same. Benevolence, his omnibenevolence, all goodness, is a it's a trait of character. It's a trait of identity. Okay? Whereas, say, omniscience, you can set that aside, this, and decide not to use it, but that doesn't affect his character. It doesn't affect his identity. So we have to be careful here that some of those attributes, not all the attributes are the same. The idea of him setting aside his power doesn't affect his character, his identity. Whereas, say, setting aside his all goodness would affect his character. So, Mysterious Fungus says, basically think of what Superman tries to do when he disguises himself. Yeah, it's similar. It's similar. It's a good analogy. That's a good analogy. You wouldn't want to make that analogy walk on all fours. Okay, no analogies should be made to walk on all fours. But it's a good analogy, yeah. Okay, so, Jonathan, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. TBD for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What would angels have looked like to humans in the early New Testament? For example, Luke 1:11, Luke 2:14, Matthew 1:20, etc. Okay. Pull up our Bibles here. And we'll go to Luke. So we're talking specifically what is angels like during the New Testament. And Luke 1:11 says, and an angel of the Lord appeared to him standing to the right of the incense altar. And Zacharias was troubled when he saw him, and fear gripped him. But the angel said, do not be afraid, Zacharias, for your petition has been heard. Okay? Luke 2:8 says, and in the region there were some shepherds staying out in the field, keeping watch over the flock. And an angel of the Lord suddenly stood before them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were terribly frightened. And the angel said to them, do not be afraid, for behold, I bring you good news of a great joy which shall be for all people. For today in the city of David there has been born for you a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. Let's see. Verse 15 here. We'll stop it there. I think there's one other verse relative. We'll just take the Matthew one too. Matthew 1:20. But he had considered this. Behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not be afraid to take Mary your wife, for that which has been conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit. Now, the other passage I think is kind of important for this particular question is in Revelation, where it says in Revelation 1:1, the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave to him to show his bondservant the things which must take place. And he sent and communicated by his angel his bondservant to his bondservant John, who bore witness. Now, there's a place where it talks about the angel even further. Let's see. Find it here quickly. And how it appears to John. Yeah, right here in Revelation 22, verse 8. And I, John, am the one who heard these things, and when I heard and saw, I fell down to worship at the feet of the angel who showed me these things. And he said, do not do that. I am a fellow servant of yours, and your brethren the prophets, and of those who heed the words and of this book worship God. Okay. So, anything else here we can glean out of that? Okay, so nothing pops out here. Now, we do know that angels have, say, different appearances based upon what time of history we're talking about. It's interesting that we sort of come full circle here. In the Bronze Age, angelic beings were viewed as, say, winged humans, particularly winged women. And they were basically, when they stretched their wings forward, they were always viewed as, say, human beings. So basically human beings with wings on their as arms, okay? You start getting into the Assyrian and the Babylonian period, and the view of angels start getting really weird. You know, here you got like 6 wings and thousands of eyes and wheels on wheels, and things get really sort of Salvador Dali-ish, for lack of a better term, with the spirit critters viewed during the Iron Age. But in the New Testament, we seem to have come back to the sort of the view that angels were kind of more human. At least they appeared it to the apostles as humans. So it's interesting that it's come full circle. So the whole sort of conception of angels did this sort of, as I said, start off as kind of, they're kind of like us in how we conceive of them, but they're different in some really important ways. Like, they have wings. Then really bizarre spirit critters. And then finally they're back to being viewed as more humaniform in their conception. Now, they're still, even in the New Testament, they're still viewed as spirit critters. Okay? They're not humans, but they're servants like us. So when the human mind engages angels in the New Testament, they're going to appear more like us than would say that the weird 6-winged floating ball of eyes, okay? So, but that's because in the Iron Age, you know, that's how people conceived of angels. Is these really weird, as I said, 6-winged floating balls of eyes. Really odd. Really odd. Oh, it is a biblical description. But then again, so is the angelic angels of the Bronze Age too. It's also a biblical description. And then so is what we have in the book of Revelation also is a biblical description. So what we're seeing here is a variety of different descriptions of how these spirit critters appeared to humans over time. And it's just going to be very different depending on what time frame what culture you lived in, and what your context was. And this is just something that, the human mind has to fill it in with something. TBD. Oh, good. I don't have to throw away all the Christmas illustrations. No, you don't. I still remember the angel ornament I saw once. That was a tree topper for a Christmas tree. That was a biblically correct cherubim. Big ol' eye, monocular eye with little eyes pasted on it, and 6 wings with these big. No, you don't want that as a tree topper. Yeah, I can't say I blame you on that one. But yeah, that description that we would have encountered in the Iron Age of say angels, that didn't survive past the exile period. So, yeah. Get some fire breathing or ornaments. Put up a seraphim up there, yeah. Flying snake. Seraphim tree topper. Awesome. Awesome. Drive out to the evil. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, you there could be some pretty wild tree toppers if you put your mind to it, based upon descriptions of certain spirit critters. Okay, so TVT just taught Daniel in the lion's den at church. Kept laughing at the sweet angel in the pictures. Yeah, pretty naive stuff. Yeah, and Daniel probably would have. I mean, it's now in that particular case, like for example in the furnace, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, it's described as a fourth man in the flame. That's a humaniform spirit critter. Nebuchadnezzar says, "Who's that fourth guy there? Who's that fourth guy in the furnace? We only threw in 3." So there's a text, an Iron Age text, or I say post-exilic text, that shows that angels at that point were still that image of angels as being humaniform still remained. So it's still a thing, even with the Babylonian influence. So I think that's very interesting. Anthro Soup asks, I don't understand how, if factual accounts would vary that greatly if it's a physical witness of an angel. It's not a physical witness, though. That's the thing. And I think you kind of got to be careful here. It's basically the human mind filling it in. Something spiritual is there. Okay? A spirit. That's why we use the word spirit critter. We use the term spirit critter on this channel because it sort of more aptly describes what we're talking about. So there's an encounter. When one has an encounter with a spirit critter, the human mind has to find a way to reconcile that. The human mind knows something has to be there. So the human mind fills in what it thinks should be there. So basically, these are factual accounts, but they're also factual accounts that are based upon a human psychological framework. Like, for example, I use this sometimes. like when we talk about, say, ghosts. Now, there's lots of explanations for ghosts. We won't get into that here, but the sightings of ghosts are ubiquitous, and they go back to Babylonian times. To ancient Sumeria, I think. So, there's lots of descriptions of ghosts in history. Lots of them. But one thing we find, say, ubiquitous about, say, description of ghosts is they're generally clothed. Does a spirit need clothes? Not really. But they're all clothed. Why are they all clothed? Because the human mind fills that in. What, do you disagree? Okay. Mm, mm, yeah, I think we're going to disagree on that one. But one thing that we do find too with ghost sightings as well is the lack of feet. This is also something, unless the person is really obsessed with shoes. But this is something that's site dependent. It's not. I mean, where you have, say, common sightings of ghosts, and they do happen. Where you have more than one person witnessing it. The one obsessed with shoes in the group are going to see the feet. The other ones aren't. So it's a part of human psychology that we tend to fill things in. We don't see with our eyes. We see with our brains. So, yeah, Jack Ray says, if someone asked me what other people were wearing on their feet, I wouldn't know. Yeah. This is true of most people. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And the follow-up question. Anthro Soup for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. In a debate with an LDS about Christian historicity, any help to break down Mormon beliefs to show what are actual Christian beliefs are valid? Books or resources, just advice would be greatly appreciated. I don't know what would constitute as a good modern resource on LDS. Now, hit the word limit. Okay. Was there any clarification on that question then? So are you trying to break down Mormon beliefs? I mean, I know in the past I would have recommended the Mormon chapter on Mormonism from Walter Martin's Kingdom of the Cults. Okay. In the past I would have recommended that. And there was a time when that reflected Mormon theology. Now we have to understand one thing about Mormonism. It's still a theology in change. Yeah, they say they haven't changed, but they really have. A lot. Yeah, all theology undergoes change. So they've gone through a lot of change in the last 20 years. Yeah. It's really difficult because I don't know of any good books that have been done recently on Mormon theology. And the thing is, you have to sort of view this in Anthrosup adds here. Sure, LDS have specific beliefs on the historicity of Christianity that is not supported by arc. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, for example, the whole Book of Mormon has no archaeological foundation. Okay, that's not really a doctrinal belief. Other than their idea that, say, the Book of Mormon is divinely inspired. Okay, so if they aren't divinely inspired, then it's, you can't take the Book of Mormon at face value then. So there's that, and that will, there's a lot of things in the Book of Mormon that just can't be possible archaeologically. Their idea of eschatology is really whacked. Like, for example, the whole idea that humans are born to become and will become gods. So God the Father is God of this world, but not God of, say, the universe. Okay, so there's going to be they are what we call henotheists. So they're not monotheists, they're henotheists. They believe there's lots of gods. There's almost a multi-level marketing scheme of gods. And that each god will eventually, has his own planet. And the one that we are worshipping is just the god of our planet Earth here. Okay? So he's not God of the universe. There's also the idea too, so there's also the whole idea of prophets. What's an authoritative prophet? And this has always been one of those things that's sort of been walked back. It used to be that if one of the prophets, and what we were talking about prophets here is presidents of the Church of Mormon, okay, Church of Latter-day Saints, okay, the Church of Latter-day Saints used to have this idea that if a president said it in a formal address or in writing, it was scripture. Okay, this is how they sort of, codified the works of Brigham Young. So basically, if it came from an official writing of Brigham Young or any of the presidents of the church, it was considered scripture. Now, in recent times, they've walked that back, but it's still on the books, as it were. Now, this has created a lot of problems for the Latter-day Saints, in that, say, Brigham Young affirmed the teaching of Adam God. And this one gets real strange. That the god of this planet was Adam. And he had physical relations with Eve goddess to produce human spirits that had to be populated into physical babies. Okay? And Adam God also had sex with Mary to produce Christ. Okay? So, Jonathan Walker asks, do some people treat the Pope this way? Some people do, but it's not official Catholic teaching. There's it's only true when the Pope speaks ex cathedra. When the Pope speaks ex cathedra, he's basically putting it in a papal encyclical and putting his stamp on it, basically saying that this is authoritative teaching for the church. Okay, but even if a Pope just writes an opinion piece publishes it in a newspaper, that's generally not considered to be authoritative teaching for the church. Whereas, say in say Mormonism, it was that any piece of writing put into publication was treated as scripture. So there were some, you could go into like the Deseret News and see the published sermons of Joseph Smith Jr., Brigham Young, and they would be considered authoritative. So Darkblade says some Mormons would just leave and form their own branches whenever a doctrinal decision they didn't like was made. Yeah, there's actually a fair number of schisms in Mormon Church. For instance, there was a schism after the Mormon Church said no more polygamy. Well, there was a schism before, at the first succession. You know, you had the Reformed Church of Latter-day Saints, who basically stayed in Illinois after the death of Joseph Smith Jr., and the rest of them followed Brigham Young to Utah. Okay. So, you know, at the death of Joseph Smith Jr., you had the very first schism of Mormonism, based upon arguments over who was, you know, in charge of the church. And as of today, there are about 50 different sects of Mormonism. Jack Ray, is the Joseph Smith Egyptian translation seen as authoritative? Hardly. It's just a piece of the Book of the Dead. And he's here talking about the Book of Abraham. There's no way that comes from an Egyptian text. It doesn't have any of the vocabulary or the syntax that you would expect out of an Egyptian text. So, yeah, no, and Mormon apologists today will even say that it's not a translation of the Book of Abraham, but the text was used as a conduit to receive the Book of Abraham from an angel. Okay, so answering LDS, even LDS scholars are starting to throw out the Book of Abraham. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a really hard thing for them to try to reconcile. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of LDS scholars these days and LDS apologists who are trying to sort of worm their way around the whole problem of the Book of Abraham, because it's a problem. You know, it's clearly not done from an Egyptian text. It's not. I mean, there's a lot of plagiarism from the King James Version. There's anachronistic statements in the text, and the claim is that this comes from the words of Abraham himself. So if this came from the words of Abraham himself, anachronisms are a real problem. So yeah, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. Okay, so yeah, you might still get some benefit out of, say, Martin's chapter on the Book of Mormon, on Mormonism, but it's dated. It's long in the tooth now. As I said, I think this should be. I hope someone has done a better, more recent work on this. But a lot of Mormon theology has changed in the last 20 years. So. Okay, next one here. It's from Answering LDNS from 199. Steelman early date Exodus. I think the best Steelman would. It's a really difficult position to Steelman. I mean, there's some things I can Steelman very well. I mean, I think you can steelman a kind of young Earth creationism. I think that's completely possible. Steelmanning the early Exodus date is very difficult. But here's some things I would say if you were to construct a steelman argument. You can't have Amenhotep II and an early Exodus date. The two don't go together. I think that's a very, very difficult proposition to do. I think you're almost at that point forced to take a Tutmosis III, like essentially what Bimson argues. So a Tutmosis III sort of identification for the Pharaoh of the Exodus. I think if you did that, you'd have a better chance. Now, that's not going to be perfect. In fact, you're going to have a lot of problems with that. But it's going to be a better approach than, say, the Amenhotep II view. As far as, but that's about all I would say here, is that this is a really difficult proposition to steelman. I think some views are easier to steelman than others. Jack Ray, at least it's not as bad as steelman Islam. Crickets. Yeah, that one, you're good luck on that one. But yeah, steelmanning the early Exodus date is, it's just a bad view. It's just a plain old bad view. And you know, it just doesn't work. So Darkblade, Steelman, David Downs chronology. That's even worse. That's even worse. Now you're in Crazyville. Now you're in Crazyville. Yeah, so I don't think, there's some arguments I just think you can't steelman. You know, as much as you'd love to be able to show charity towards a position by steelmanning, there's just some stuff you can't do. And unfortunately, the crazier the proposition, the less steelmanning is possible. So yeah, I don't think I think if you did steelman the early Exodus date, you would have to discard. I mean, the chronology is not going to change. You're going to have to. You're going to have to discard the whole idea of Amenhotep II as king of the Exodus. I mean, it's based upon a bad reading of scripture anyway. So, I mean, you're going to have to get rid of that whole idea of the 40 years predecessor thing, because it's based on bad reading of scripture, and it's just not a good, not good exegesis. So, you know, given that, if you do a Tutmosis III, now what you're gonna have to do for the Tutmosis III Exodus is find a way to justify how Tutmosis III loses all his chariots and still manages to campaign into his 27th year. That's what you're going to have to do. And that's going to be difficult, okay? You're going to have to say, well, he got chariots from somewhere else. Or he had extra chariots in reserve. I mean, really, Tutmosis III goes on campaign the year after the so-called early Exodus date. So that's going to be a huge problem for steel manning that argument. But you could, I mean, Bimson has tried to argue this, that that he somehow got a shipment in wood in from, say, Byblos, and was able to rebuild chariots. Now, how do you rebuild the drivers is another matter. So it's easier to, it's easier to rebuild chariots than it is to rebuild drivers. You know, it takes years to train a charioteer. So I don't know. I never found Bimson's arguments to be persuasive, but that's as close as you're going to get to steel manning this. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Answering LDS for 199. Is Israel's god taken from the Canaanite god El? No. No, I don't think so. I know there's a lot of people today that sort of hold that view, but I don't think so personally. I think El is one of those, say, compatible. I mean, first of all, you have El. There's El is both a name and a description. Okay, it's a noun. So it's basically both a common and a proper noun. El can be the chief of the Canaanite pantheon. Okay. It can also be, say, just the common word for God. So it's both a common noun and a proper noun. So it's both. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of names and descriptors of God, like El Shaddai, El Elyon, etc. Okay, El Sabaoth. So there's a lot of those out there. So that doesn't mean that it was necessarily taken because it has a shared etymology. It's the Semitic word for God. Because it has a shared etymology does not necessarily mean it has a shared ancestry, a shared ontology. So Darkblade says the Akkadian word for God is Elum. Yep, it is. Amorite Elam, Arabic is Ilah. Yeah. And basically it's that IL which commutes to the EL in Hebrew. So it's just common Semitic for God, essentially what it is. So it's one of those things is not necessarily, this is sort of the, again, this is the idea that similar terms or shared terms equal shared ontology, and that's just, that's woolly thinking. That's woolly thinking. So it's more likely that Israel's idea of God sort of more developed out of it's God showing up to the patriarchs essentially, and then upon that, building upon that with, say, more Midianite ideas of divinity. All right, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. Okay. All right, Sentinel Apologetics for $20 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Blessings, David and Kiara. Well, thank you so much. Blessings to you too. Looks like you've been working out recently. Hope to start seeing your videos back online. So, yeah, we understand it's been a tough time for you, so we hope you return to the saddle soon. So looking forward to seeing your next your upcoming videos. So thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it, and good to see you on the channel. BC for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. I claim the wooden yak position may go the way of flat earthism. Oh yeah. I recently had a young earth creationist rebut me saying that Christians were never flat earthers until recently, so it's a straw man. Thoughts? It's probably true, but the fact is that a round Earth position, a global Earth, is old. It's a real old position. I mean, it goes back to I think the 3rd century BC. I mean, the Greeks knew that the Earth was round. You know, so yeah, the whole idea of the flat Earth being, say, the common conception of the world is wrong. Okay. It's also true that, say, in Bronze Age cultures, they didn't exactly know what the Earth was. So they tended to anthropomorphize and divinize it. And that seemed to be a lot more common view. I mean, you did have, say, the Semitic cosmology, where the idea was that you had the waters above the earth, the sky, the earth, which was then supported on pillars that descended down into the oceans, and beneath the oceans was Sheol. Okay? So you did have that sort of layered architecture of cosmology. Okay? But even that, a lot of that was just analogic thinking. You vote for the giant turtle? We're all on the back of the giant turtle? Yeah, I mean, even back then, a lot of these cosmologies were seen as, say, not necessarily literal understandings of the Earth. Okay? So, I mean, a wooden young Earth creationist position, especially, say, an American young Earth creationist position, will probably go the way. Will probably fall completely out of favor eventually. There'll be people who always follow it, just like there's people who follow flat Earthism. But you know, it's had, I think it's had its day. I think it's had its day. So, yeah, we all thought that flat earthism was just a pejorative. I mean, there's more flat earth running around today than there has been in the last 100 years. So, yeah, I mean, it was a pejorative because no one took it seriously. You can thank the internet for this. Nope, it wasn't lack of knowledge. Yeah, my producer says there's just some people who want to be stupid. But I think that as, say, we get less fundamentalists, and it does seem to be that fundamentalism is having some difficulties these days. I think we'll see less American young Earth creationism as well as a result of that. I don't think it's so much, though, that its position was rebutted. I think it's more of a sociological movement where people are, say, taking the Bible. I mean, they're either deconverting it, to be honest, They're either deconverting or they're taking, say, more nuanced positions on the biblical text, which they should do anyway. They should take more nuanced positions on the biblical text. So, Darkblade says, ironically, there are more flat earthers now than there were before space exploration began. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And the fact is, you can actually see the curvature of the Earth if you're high enough in a skyscraper or take an airplane. You can see the curvature of the Earth. You know, so it's just like, yeah, the whole flat Earth thing is, it's just hogwash, and it is it is a distraction. It is a distraction, and in some ways, young Earth creationism is also a distraction. So, you know, this is one of the reasons why I don't like concordant positions. I don't like the attempt to sort of blend science into ancient Near Eastern texts. You know, I respect the old Earth position as well, but it has some of the same problems. It has that same problem of being a concordant position, you know, where you're trying to take science and shoehorn it into the biblical text, and I just don't think you can do that. It's not a responsible use of science, and it's not a good exegetical technique. So I think over time we're going to see less and less of concordant positions, and I think that's an issue. Okay, so I think the whole flat Earth thing is kind of a distraction, as I think young Earth creationists and those sort of concordist positions are also a distraction. So, all right, the next one here from AnthroSoup for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Latter-day Saints person thinks the Council of Nicaea excluded non-Orthodox Trinity believers. They assume that they were a large group. Is evidence against this? Is there evidence against this? Non-Orthodox Trinity believers. Well, the Trinity is Orthodox, but what, say, Mormonism claims as the Trinity is not an Orthodox position, and it's not the Trinity. It's kind of a tritheism. So there's a huge difference there. You know, so, you know, be careful of your terms here, because the Trinity is the three persons are the one God. One God. And it's always been one God. Okay? Hear, O Israel, the Lord thy God, the Lord is one. So, the Council of Nicaea would have excluded Arians. I mean, that whole council was just basically based on that one issue of Arianism. And it's the idea, the Arianism is the idea that Christ was a created being. He wasn't God inherently, God by nature. He was the first and highest creation of God. So, a perfect example of modern day Arians are Jehovah's Witnesses. They're Arians. So, the Council of Nicaea definitely excluded people who believed in, say, non-Trinitarian positions. That's absolutely the case. Now, at Nicaea, they weren't considered to be, this was not a big part of the church. Insofar as Arianism, the history of Arianism was such that there were actually very few Arian bishops represented at Nicaea. Just like there was very few, say, Athanasian Trinitarians at Nicaea. You had most by and large, the largest sort of delegation at Nicaea were what we would call semi-Arians. Okay, these were guys who thought that um, that Arius had some good ideas, but would not side with his view on the Trinity. Okay, Arius's teaching was not strictly limited to just the what we call the doctrine of the Trinity. He was actually, one of the things about Arius was he was known as a very charismatic and talented teacher. He was very charismatic and very talented. So he was able to get a wide following of his teachings. So he had managed to sway a lot of people, which was why the whole sort of Council of Nicaea, and the Council of Nicaea was actually predisposed to like Arius. He was,
Everybody thought Arius.
yeah, everyone thought Arius was going to win this thing at Nicaea because, he was well respected, well liked, charismatic. He had taught things that people thought were pretty on the mark. But it was when he had to start explaining his ideas on the Trinity that people just went, whoa, wait a minute. That's not what we're buying into. So it was like, whoa, I didn't realize it was quite that whacked. So a lot of the bishops at Nicaea were really surprised. They were shocked how really out in left field Arius' theology regarding Christ and the Trinity were. Really shocked. Anthrosups asks how much of the minority believed in a typical non-Trinity belief. Very few. At least amongst the bishops. I think there was about 6 that were really hardcore Arius supporters. The full-blown Arians, okay? It was more of a lay thing than anything else, and that was kind of the problem. It wasn't so much a view. Arianism was not a view that was that had percolated up sort of into the ranks of the bishops. It was more of a view that was really had its traction amongst laity. Okay, and after Nicaea, it continued to have traction among the laity. It was really popular amongst the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths. So some of these barbarian states towards the end of the Roman Empire had become converted to Arianism. So Anthrosup asks, were there any beliefs of Christianity that could not attend the council? Well, the council was really a one council issue, one issue council. So it really, I mean, they basically, if you were a modalist, you were already excluded. There had been enough that had gone history that had gone in the church where some people were already excluded. Like your Gnostics were not invited. Gnostics were not allowed. Modalists were generally not allowed already. So there's really, Christianity itself had already firmly established Trinity already. It was at this point a sort of a what is that nature of Trinity exactly. So that's where you're sort of getting into, like you have it as early, like for example, even the word Trinity, that's comes out of the 2nd century. That was coined by Theophilus of Antioch. So it had already been firmly established by the time of the Council of Nicaea. Tertullian had, gone to hammer and tong against the modalists over this. So they weren't really considered to be Christians even at that point. So they wouldn't have even been invited. Okay. Gaius Octavius says, why were the laity so bad at understanding Christian doctrine? Same reason as today. Poor teaching. Poor teaching. It always comes down to poor teaching. That's the reason why the laity are in any age have, suffered, in understanding Christian doctrine. It's always been poor teaching. It doesn't matter if we're talking about the, say the patristic era churches that, had lost a lot of laity to these doctrines, or whether you're talking about, say, hyper-Pentecostal churches today that, are more based upon experience than sound teaching and doctrine. It comes down to poor teaching. Anytime where the laity doesn't understand Christian doctrine, it's because it's not being taught. So, BC, most excellent Theophilus, yep. Yep, certainly. Okay. Next one here, super chat. And so, it wasn't, these weren't actually a large amounts of, say, the ecclesiastical structure. There were some in the ecclesiae that were Arians, okay? Was it one of these Sibiuses? I think they used Sibius of Caesarea, was an Arian, but it wasn't the majority of the church, not by a long shot. Yeah. Francis Dobbs says the best teachers can't fix a laity unwilling to hear it, though. Well, that's true, but without good teachers, the laity become hardened to not hearing it. Okay. Like Hosea says, like people like priest, and it just sort of has that almost mechanical, like people like priest, like people like priest, and that's a sort of a sign where, in Hosea it talks about, this sort of when the priest becomes like the people, it creates this feedback loop. That's what's going on in Hosea. Is the priests become idolaters, and the people become idolaters, and the people become hardened to it. So, if our teachers aren't good, that creates a laity that becomes hardened to teaching. So, yeah, you can blame the people for not wanting to hear it, but that started with bad teaching. Now, it can be moved back. You can take a congregation who's not used to teaching and get them back to a place where they're hearing it again. But it takes work, and it's difficult. Okay? And it's real hard on the preacher doing it. Let's be honest about this. If a preacher hasn't been teaching well for a long time, it's really hard to get a congregation sort of back into the Bible. You have to do it slowly. You have to do it slowly. Uh, Darkblade asks, what would you recommend as a good defibrillator for a bad laity? Whoa. Colorful language there, man. Colorful language. I like it. You're not going to be able to shock them into it. Okay? It's they'll drive you out of the pastorate if you do. Okay? What you have to do is with a bad laity that has been, hardened to teaching, good teaching, is you have to start slow. You have to start slow. You raise the bar slightly. Okay? You follow expository preaching. You do good expository preachings where you raise the bar slowly. And over time, what happens is people start becoming accustomed to, hey, I learned something new in church today. You want that in your congregations. You want the people of your congregation to go, hey, I learned something new in church today. Yeah, that's what you want. That's the ideal. Where everyone comes, oh wow. Darkblade says gradual weaning, so no defibrillators. Nope. No, you're gonna have to do gradual weaning. Yeah. Yeah, they'll choke on the milk. You give them milk, they'll choke. So you're giving them pablum. And you're giving it to them slowly. And then you're introducing the milk. And then once you introduce the milk, you start introducing the meat. So it's... and they'll spit it up. They'll spit it up. But over time, they'll become... And here's the magic of this. You just, as I said, you just raise the bar just a little, so they can still reach it. They can still reach it, but they have to stretch a little. Okay. The magic of this is if you do this through expository preaching, and you do it slowly and prayerfully. A lot of prayers got to go into this. There'll come a point when somebody will give a lackluster sermon, and they'll go, yeah, where's the meat? Where's the beef? and that's what you want. You want your congregation to almost imperceptibly, okay, so they're not even perceiving this, that they're being fed. They're just getting fed. They're just being introduced to these things. And so that when, a decade passes, they start going, I wish that sermon had been just a little deeper. And they'll if you've got a well-trained congregation, they'll complain. I mean, look, congregations complain. They just really complain. Okay? So, they'll complain about if it's too deep, they'll complain if it's not deep enough. That's why you have to acclimatize them to this. Yeah. Yeah. So right now, a lot of congregations have been acclimatized to bad, shallow preaching. Like my producer just said in the background here. That's a problem. Be bent to the chest. What's with all the shock therapy stuff? You're supposed to put the EpiPen in the thigh, by the way, not the chest. Okay. EpiPens don't go in the chest. Not as far as I know. BC, I don't want you treating me. He'll tell you that. Okay. But yeah, once they get acclimatized to good teaching, they won't want to go back. So but you have to do it gradually. You do it gradually. You acclimatize them. You do expository preaching. Okay, that's a big key to this. You preach expositorily, and then you introduce the meat. Okay, so so I hope that helps. All right, back to where we were here. All right, we'll take the next super chat now. Answering LDS 199. Thank you for the super chat. What view of theistic evolution do you hold? I don't hold to a view of theistic evolution. I don't hold to any origins view. I'm not a theistic evolutionist. I'm not a young earth creationist. I'm not an old earth creationist. I'm not an evolutionist. I'm not a creationist. I'm none of the above. Don't believe in panspermia. Just none. I stay out of that game. I think they all have flaws, and I'm not comfortable with any of those positions. And I think theistic evolution is another concordant view. And I think concordant views are inherently flawed. BC, how dare you? You must have a view and fight others about it. Why? Why? Yeah, I don't get why we need to choose and then fight over it. I mean, I think it's crazy that even seminaries. I mean, I've seen Bible colleges, basically say you have to be a young earth creationist to teach at the seminary. Why? Why do I have to pick that position to teach? Why can't I just say I don't pick any position on this? Mystery fungus. Dr. Falk, what's the point of having a view if I can't tell others how wrong they are? It just doesn't make any sense. Come on. I mean, the whole idea of forcing people to have a view on origins is just crazy, in my opinion. We know so little about how origins happened. And our understanding even of the biblical text is still in motion. This is one of the things I think people don't understand, even about, I mean, we sort of take Genesis 1 to 3 for granted, thinking that the view on that was always the same, and it hasn't been. It's still even our understanding of how Genesis 1 to 3 is to be understood in this ancient Near Eastern context is still something that we are trying to come to terms with even today. In fact, we learn more about that passage in the past 50 years than, say, the previous 1500. So it's kind of even foolish to have a doctrinaire. This is the interpretation, the authoritative Falk interpretation of Genesis. It's just you have to come to the biblical text with humility. You have to come to the biblical text with humility. And our understanding of science is not much better. I mean, we don't know how galaxies form. We have no idea. Having the foggiest. Oh, we got some theories. We've got some good guesses. But we don't have any real idea. We know that the outer extremities of galaxies move faster than inner ones, you know. So, but to hang your theological hat on that, that's dicey, man. That's real dicey. So I think concordant views are just inherently flawed. And I've decided just not to play the game because it is such a suppositional um proposition. It's it's on the same level of Mr. Empty Conjecture. You know, we're in the could be territory. So why stay out of that? So this is why I don't hold any view on origins, and I read Genesis 1 to 3 in its ancient Near Eastern context, and I don't do a concordant view of it. Where's Mr. EC? He's right there. He's short today. See, there's Mr. EC. What's going to happen is we're going to get a display case for Mr. EC. He's been getting a lot of dust back there because he's sitting on top of a server. So we're getting a proper display case for him, and once he has his proper display case, he'll be elevated back up. Okay, so that's where he is right now. The trip was kind of hard on him, so he's probably made his last appearance at an ETS. So we like him way too much to have him go to pieces. So he's going to get a permanent home inside of a display case, and so we enjoy Mr. EC. He's still part of channel lore, and he'll always be part of channel lore. But he's starting to enter his retirement years. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat answering LDS, and we'll go on to the next one here. From Andrew Tinsley, $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Was the area of Sodom more fertile in Abraham's time? Genesis 13:10. And I'm going to give you a really interesting answer to that when we read the passage here. Genesis 13, verse 10. And Lot lifted up his eyes and saw all the valley of the Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt as you go to Zoar. Okay. Now, the answer to this question is actually yes. It was more fertile at the time of Abraham. Actually, we're talking here about the early Middle Bronze Age, okay? Or basically Middle Bronze, around 1800 BC. Now, one of the interesting things about this period of the Middle Bronze Age was Canaan was actually experiencing, the whole area of Canaan was experiencing greater than average rainfalls. Okay, we have evidence, say, from Egyptian texts that Canaan was actually had great bounty of agricultural production during the early Middle Bronze period. Okay, so in Abraham's time, yeah, absolutely, it was fertile. The area across the Jordan was very fertile. Moab was very fertile at the time. There was even agriculture around, say, Jericho in the early Middle Bronze. There was actually farming land all the way around Jericho. So this seems to be something that was ubiquitous in the region. Egypt talked about the bounty of Canaan, in a Middle Kingdom text. And so they're talking in about wine and oil and dates and all of these sort of products of agriculture that just seem to have just taken off during the Middle Bronze, and that's due to the precipitation that just it was sort of a wet period for Canaan. So yeah, the area really was much more fertile in Abraham's time, and that again is probably because of the precipitation. Okay, so yeah, absolutely, yes, and we have the archaeology to sort of show this. Now today, a lot of that area is not so fertile, like around Jericho. Jericho does not have agricultural fields around there anymore. The rainfall's just too small these days. But back in Abraham's time, excuse me. Back in Abraham's time, it certainly was very fertile. Okay. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one. Here. Frame. Let's see. Stick for €2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on Jephthah's 300-year defense by Bible exegete? I don't think he's correct. I think the Jephthah 300-year thing is a deeply problematic position. I think his defense of it is not great. He overlooks all the mistakes that Jephthah makes in that letter to the king of Ammon. So, and there's plenty of them. There's at least 4 mistakes in that letter. So, and we're not even talking about the 300 years. Even in that final verse where it talks about the 300th year of Jephthah, it's well, you had 300 years to reclaim the land, king of Ammon. Why haven't you come back and claimed it? Well, what do you think they were doing in Judges chapter 10? They were persecuting the Israelites to get the land back. So yeah, I don't think it's a great defense. I think it's actually pretty poorly conceived. But he's kind of he has his thoughts on this. So all right, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AnthroSoup for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Any scripture support being reasonable with reading and question that sounds wrong? Any scripture support being reasonable with reading and question that sounds wrong? I'm not sure what you mean by that. For example, look at evidence, external resources, anti-blind faith view. I don't know what you mean by that question. Honestly, I don't understand what the question is here. I'll say this, though. I don't take a blind faith view position, so, I take a reasonable faith position. I mean, I think a lot of, such as misreading of scripture. Well, there's lots of misreadings of scripture. I mean, there's tons of ways scripture has been misread. But it all usually boils down to either what I would call Sunday school theology or bad exegesis. Almost always, it's always one of the two. It's always one of the two. Sunday school theology. And what I mean by Sunday school theology is this. Okay? Sunday school theology It's when people grew up with an impression of what the Bible should contain without reading the text to see that it contains it. Okay? And this happens all the time. And it happens to both laity and biblical scholars alike. So this is not a problem that's unique. I always say that the biggest problem I have when dealing with other scholars on the Exodus is just getting people to read the text, to understand that maybe their conceptions of what they read in the text is wrong. Like, for example, I can give you lots of examples of these. Like, for example, that the Israelites went into Canaan and burned down all the cities. Text never says that. It's very particular because the Israelites aren't moving into Canaan to destroy everything. They're coming in, taking over the houses, taking over the vineyards they didn't plant, eating off the people's dishes. They're taking over. They're moving in. They're not destroying everything wantonly. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff like that where people have misread certain things in the Bible and think they know it. When I debated Titus Kennedy, there was that whole, he thought it was the Amorites that Jephthah was writing to when it was the king of Ammon, the Ammonites. He hadn't read the text in so long that he forgot who was doing things. So this happens way, way, way too often. The other sort of things that we sometimes see, as I said, is bad exegesis too. Like early daters will do this. They will, in their 40 years, their doctrine or their idea that the king of the Exodus, his predecessor, had to reign 40 years. Well, nowhere says that in Scripture. That's an inference. And it's an inference based upon a misreading of Exodus 4:19. Where God says to Moses, all the men who wanted your life are dead. Men, plural, not necessarily Pharaoh. So they've read this 40 years into that. And it's just bad exegesis. So, unfortunately, a lot of the sacred cows we have to sort of cook to their well done on this channel are based on usually one of those two things. Sunday school exegesis, resulting from haven't read the text, or bad exegesis. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But those are the two most common. There's others too, but those are the two biggies I see most often. Okay, BC for 5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Is any prophet who believes in the rapture of the elect a false prophet? Didn't we establish that the rapture is actually of the wicked, not the good? We established it. It's clear from the text it's of the wicked. But, there's people who have different views on this. Eschatology is, I would say, any prophet, modern prophet, that claims to talk in eschatological terms, you need to seriously be cautious of such a guy. Okay? Now, depends on how we use prophet too. Okay? If we're talking about prophet in, say, sort of the church gift sense, we're talking then about people who are making things clear. There's two kinds of prophecy. There's foretelling and forthtelling. Okay? Foretelling is predicting the future. Forthtelling is explaining the present. Because frankly, the present is in many ways is as murky as the future. You know, as I said, repeated many times. You know, as I commonly quote, Noam Chomsky on this, you know, 99.9% of people don't know what's going on. 99.9% of those 99.9% of people don't know that they don't know what's going on. But boys, I sure think they do. The job of the prophet in forthtelling is to clarify the situation, make it clear what is actually going on. So, a lot of these end-time prophets are nothing but charlatans. Nothing but charlatans. And they should be avoided. Okay? So, and I think this is another view that's sort of in decline now, too. You know, we talked earlier about, say, flat Earth in decline and American young Earth creationism is in decline. The pre-tribulational rapture is also, I think, a view that's in decline now, especially with dispensationalism pretty much being thrown out at most seminaries these days. You're not getting as many seminaries teaching dispensationalism, at least not in its original form. And without dispensationalism, it's really hard to sustain a pre-trib rapture as a interpretive view. So, but you know, I think a reasonable reading of the rapture passages will generally take you to the conclusion that these, at least if you're not reading it with say pre-trib glasses, you'll generally come to the conclusion that it is the summary judgment of the wicked. So yeah, I would be very, very careful of any prophet anyway, especially self-pronounced prophet who's basically saying that the rapture of is for the elect. I think that's not great exegesis. I think there's going to be some issues there. And again, you know, any of these self-proclaimed prophets, check out their track record. Yeah, check out the track record. See how accurate they were. You know? I'm not saying to take him out and stone him so that Israel will be afraid, but check out the track record. See how many of these. Yeah, we would have a whole lot less prophets if we instituted stoning for them. It'd be a less sexy profession. I remember one of these prophets de jour, you know, who basically told, I mean, they had made, there's a prophet who was running around California who had basically claimed that the week of our wedding, okay, the day of our wedding, okay, this prophet had predicted that California would have this massive earthquake and slide into the sea. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, we had guests who were telling us that, you know, or people we invited to the wedding who basically said, "Well, I can't come to your wedding because this prophet has announced that California on the day of your wedding is going to have a massive earthquake and slide into the sea." Of course, I'm thinking, well, if you really believe this, why are you still in town? They didn't leave town. They just didn't come to a wedding that day. It's like, it was crazy. 25 years later, California still hasn't had that massive earthquake and slid into the ocean.
But yeah, that's the kind of thing. You won't go to a wedding.
Yeah.
But they didn't go out of state. If you really believe that,
yeah,
you would have packed up everything.
Yeah.
And cleared the state.
Yeah. It just didn't make any sense, because if you really had believed that prophecy, you would have left the state. You would have gone, say, maybe taken a road trip to Nevada. Or, not that would have helped you much. Or go to Denver. Okay? But these people hung around California. I was like, so you won't come to our wedding because of this prophecy, but you're sitting down. Yeah, I can see how much faith you have in this guy anyway.
But they seriously expected us to take their faith in the prophet. We would change a wedding, which, if anybody who's gotten married knows, takes you months.
Yeah. But they expected us, as my producer said, that they expected us to change the date of our wedding to accommodate their faith in this prophet, as weak as that faith was. So, like, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, so, definitely look into the track record of these prophets. It's often not very good.
A lot of these prophets, I mean, it's like, they will say things that it will also often
and
they read.
Oh yeah.
Good ones that the charlatan business are.
Yeah, I mean, my producer also said, a lot of these prophets are also masters of vague language. So they will often talk in vague terms and then basically reinterpret the prophecy after the fact. And that's just another kind of false prophecy. Like that supposed false prophet, or that supposed prophet who claimed to have predicted the assassination of Donald Trump, after he was shot.
I predicted it too. David predicted
it too. The guy said in his original prophecy that Trump would get shot in the head. Well, he wasn't shot in the head, he was shot on the ear. Okay? Kind of a little difference there, okay? So, but this guy had a large history of false prophecy. Large. And, what's it now? What's that name of that psychic? There was a psychic in the 60s. Oh, what was her name? If anyone remembers the name of that, there was a very famous psychic in the 1960s. But this was one that she wrote a lot of books. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. But somebody went to the trouble to look at how many of her predictions came true. And it was like 1 to 2%. That's terrible. Yeah, lower than random chance. Lower than a coin flip. Like, So, yeah. No, I mean, these guys, some of these clowns, you should really look into their background. So, BC, so you're telling me there's a chance? Use the coin. Use the coin. Ancient History Gamer. I predict there'll be another Ancient Egypt in the Bible live stream next Friday. Laugh out loud. He's a prophet. We hope there's one next year or next. Yeah, next year. That's not that far away. Next Friday. Okay. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Some of the stuff is just absolutely ridiculous. Okay, use the Herman Thuman. You could. I still have the Herman Thuman here. My bag of dice. Ooh. That's not it. That's not it either. Can I find my Herman Thuman? Yeah, it's in there somewhere. Okay. Let's take the next one here. Next super chat is from oops, my control panel stalled. Look at that. Just a second. All right. Okay. Back to analytics. Dark. All right, Mr. Bobleman for $2. What's your take on the God Jesus inscription? We've actually discussed that already. There's my Urim. We've already discussed that twice today. So, go back into the live stream and you'll see what our discussion. We talked about it at the beginning of the live stream. We also talked about it during one of the super chats too. And so there's my Thuman. All right. But yeah, we've already discussed it, so go back and take a look. But thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Next one here. Getting close to the end of the super chats. From Frayne Shoestick for €2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Walton's book on prophets? I generally like most of Walton's work. I generally recommend his work. It's pretty good overall. He's definitely one of the better ones who does the ancient Near Eastern comparison stuff. I haven't read the one on prophets, so I can't say exactly what I think of it. There's really only one of his books I really sort of disliked, which was the one on demons. I don't think his view on demons was very good. But apart from that, I don't have a huge I generally recommend his books, generally. But I haven't read this one, so I can't give you a firm opinion on it, okay? So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Paul for $19.99. Thank you for that generous super chat. Do you think the Egyptians traveled to Ireland? No, I don't. Not the ancient ones, anyway. Modern ones may have, but no, the ancient Egyptians never traveled to Ireland. There's no connection between Ireland and Egypt that we know of. So, a lot of these, they did get around. The Egyptians did manage to get around. They did travel the Mediterranean. They did seem to travel to Spain, particularly on the west coast of Spain. There is some Egyptian trade goods that were found on the western coast to Spain. We know that they traveled east, at least as far as Babylon, and they probably had trading relations with people in India. We know they traveled south as far as Punt, which is kind of Eritrea, Somalia, that's that area. Even southern Sudan. Okay. So that's probably sort of the geographic extent of how far they traveled. So that's about, they wouldn't have gone anywhere near Ireland. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. A duplication? That almost looks like a duplication. All right. Looks like Frayne Shustik posted the same question twice with a super chat. Well, thank you for the super chat, but same answer. We didn't, but very much appreciate the super chat. It does support the channel, and we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Jack Ray for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Where's Mr. EC? Mr. EC. I showed you. He's back there. He's just chilling. When his display case arrives, we'll give him back his place of prominence. He's not going anywhere. He's a permanent fixture on this channel. Oh, it was fun taking him to ETS though. We did take him to ETS, and he was a part of the paper that I gave at ETS. So, and we're going to be doing a video on basically where we spill all the tea from ETS. And wow, we've got tea to spill. So, a lot of tea was spilled at ETS. So, it's going to be pretty cool. So, it's probably going to actually be there was so much that happened in ETS, we're probably going to divide it into 2 parts. So, it was a very interesting time at ETS. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and he'll be back soon. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Should we pray individually to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit? I've heard people say that we should send certain requests to a specific person. You can. Let me put it this way. This is permitted. So it's not that should you. It's not prescriptive. It's permissive. So can you pray to individually to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Spirit? Yeah, absolutely. You can do it. There's nothing to prevent it. There's no... All 3 persons are God, and you can even pray to the Trinity as the one God. All 3 you can do. Those are your options. So it's not a prescriptive should or ought we do this, but it is it is one of those cases where you have the freedom to do it if you want. Yeah. Who do I talk to in my day-to-day prayers? I pray directly to the Father, usually. Yeah, that's generally what I do. But, and people will have a preference, often have a preference on which person they communicate with more. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So, Michael Gee asks, but I will say this too, one thing. I don't think there's anything, say, that any particular reason to pray to one versus the other as such. If you pray to the Father, but it's something, say, this Holy Spirit will more specialize in, well, that request still makes to the Holy Spirit. So, like, for example, if you pray to God to help illuminate a text, you're reading the Bible, you don't understand a passage, you pray to God for understanding, and it's the Holy Spirit. We know from Scripture that the Holy Spirit is what illuminates the text. But you pray to the Father, the message will get to the Holy Spirit, and you will still get the illuminated text. So, yeah. Jonathan Walker says, generally the Trinity is interacting through your prayer to the Father, interceded by the Son through the Spirit. Yeah. Or the Spirit is interceding to the Father. I mean, that happens too. So it'll get there, no matter which one you talk to. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But again, it's a permissive thing. Michael Gee asks, what is ETS? It is the Evangelical Theological Society. Okay? It's sort of the big annual conference for conservative Bible scholars. So yeah, that's what it is, and it's a place where you go meet people, network, hear about the latest discoveries. It's really a cool place. It's I love doing ETS every year. More serious archaeological work happens at Azor. So that's probably one conference I need to start going back to again is Azor. But this year, it was located relatively close to us in San Diego. So we went to ETS this year. So, yeah, great conference. It's not a long conference. It's only 3 days. But it's a really packed 3 days. So I hope it helps. And we'll be doing covering our what happened at ETS to us this year. So it's going to be very interesting. Especially when we start talking about that ruffian gang of YouTube apologists that just lurk the halls. Okay. Next super chat is from Josh Collius for 50 Australian. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Had 2 questions about Nun in the Bible. Was he half Egyptian? And was Nun, Joshua, father, a priest in the Egyptian temple because of his name? Okay. We are not sure. Okay. It's possible he was half Egyptian, but we don't know. He could have been a priest in the Egyptian, say, Temple of Baal, but again, we're not sure. We do realize that a lot of the Israelites were Baal worshippers when they left Egypt. So, exactly which ones were, but we also have to recognize too that Avaris had more than just Baal worship. There was Resheph, there was Astarte. These are Canaanite deities. So, oh yeah, more than Greek gods, and plus you had the Egyptian gods thrown in on top of that. Yeah. So, it's very, very likely that at least some of the Israelites were priests. For example, what's his name now? Korah was probably a priest. He behaves in very priestly ways. I mean, first of all, Korah means bald, okay? And priests shave their head. So he also uses an incense spoon. That's something that the average person wouldn't have done. So Korah was, in high likelihood, Korah was a priest of Baal. So yeah, it explains much about how Korah behaved, because Korah expected to be part of Israel's religion. And from the looks of it, people who were priests in Egypt were excluded. And this is one of the reasons why almost all the priests of Israelite religion had to descend from essentially a family that was not involved in the priesthood trade of Egypt. So past work experience as a priest didn't entitle you to a new job. Jack Ray, now Ball, don't you start with me. Ooh, bad pun. Bad pun. Yeah, so it's possible that Nun could have been a priest. We just don't know. But, yeah. But there's also, too, that a lot of the Israelites were half Egyptian as well. Okay, next one is from BC for $2 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Who was the shortest man in the Bible? We aren't told. We know that Zacchaeus was short because he had to get up into a tree to see Jesus. So we know Zacchaeus was. But we don't know anyone else who was. Unless you're driving at a pun I don't get here. We do get that on this channel. Yeah, so as far as I know, Zacchaeus is one of the few biblical figures that's actually... His height is mentioned. We're not told how high. But he was claimed to be short. Yeah, he was shorter than everyone else in the crowd, so... Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, here we go. Mysterious Fungus for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How do we know that Assyrians were ruthless rulers in Egypt? I've heard that the Greek accounts are biased and unreliable. Well, they drove out the well, here's what we know. Okay. Yes, the Greek accounts did mention that they were pretty ruthless. They also plundered the place. They stole everything. I mean, if it wasn't nailed down, the Assyrians stole it. Temples had to redo their sacred furniture several times because of first the Assyrians and then the Persians. So, and we know that, say, Persian rulership was really, how do I say this? Really repressive. Okay. The Assyrians themselves had to deal with revolts. Okay. So, so even though the Greek accounts are biased and not necessarily reliable, they do seem to reflect what we know of say, the Assyrian rulership in Egypt. And yeah, and the Persians conquered Egypt twice. Yeah. Yeah. So and got thrown out once because, again, the Persians weren't popular. Assyrian rule was better. It was better than Persian rule by a long shot. Okay. The big problem with Assyrians. Now, here's we got to understand about Assyrian rule. When the Assyrians drove out the 25th dynasty, drove them back to Nubia, essentially, they didn't stay around and rule. Okay, the Assyrians put in a puppet regime. That's what the Assyrians did. So when Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal conquered Egypt, they installed the 26th dynasty. They installed Necho the first, as and his line to rule Egypt. So even say during the Assyrian period, Egypt was essentially a self-ruled place. It was just now ruled under a different dynasty, okay, and a native dynasty, okay. So, but what the Assyrians did that the Egyptians didn't care for was plunder the place. They stole everything not nailed down. If it was gold, bronze, silver, didn't matter. If it was metal, they stole it. And this is what they would do. They would roll into town, break a few skulls, take the stuff, and leave a friendly local in charge. Okay, so this is why for example, when Necho II has to go and fight at Carchemish, he basically owes the Syrians a favor for having his dynasty put in control of Egypt. So he's paying back a debt. Okay, so that's what's sort of going on there. Is the Egyptians are essentially a native dynasty is put in its place, and it wasn't that bad under the Assyrians once they left town. Okay, but while they were there, it wasn't a good place to be. You didn't want to be in Egypt during an Assyrian conquest. But the Persians were different, because the Persians stuck around and they brutalized people. That's what the Persians did. So Persian rule was exceptionally unpopular. Very, very unpopular. Apart from the pillaging that the Assyrians did, who they put in charge wasn't that unpopular. So that, I hope that explains sort of the difference between how Assyrians ruled versus, say, how Persians ruled. As I said, the Assyrians, they were just thieves and brutes. And as I said, once they were done stealing from the joint, they left. Okay. So, thank you. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. BC for $2. Are Urim and Thummim legit tools for stock picks? I wouldn't think so. Maybe for crypto picks. Use it for crypto. I'm not being serious, of course. Don't use the Urim and Thummim for crypto. Only sophisticated investors should invest in crypto. Just saying. Use it to invest in your best meme coins. Hey, a lot of meme coins have triconsonantal abbreviations. Urim and Thummim will give you triconsonantal roots. Hey, perfect for crypto investing. Yeah, don't do that. Okay, so. Well, at this point, you could probably invest in any crypto right now and make money. I mean, the crypto sector right now has just gone nuts. Crazy. Yeah, we do not give financial advice on this channel. All right? BC. Be right back. 100x leverage long. Here I come. Well, that's quite a long. You could possibly get that with some meme coins, but I wouldn't. I would. That's high risk. Whoa. Yeah. They're junk coins. Okay. That was fun. And funny. So thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, and we got here Johan Snyman for 35, South African. Thank you for that. Dr. Falk, do you know about the giant spearheads found at Kafarna Monash in 1962? If so, do you think they were most likely ceremonial? I'd have to look at them. I don't know of them off the top of my head. It's not something that rings a bell, so I'd have to look it up and see before I make that opinion. But maybe I can see. Get a quick look here and make an off-the-cuff assessment. I mean, they're big, but yeah, I think that if that size, yeah, I think they're mostly ceremonial. It looks like they're about let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 16 inches long. So, a weapon of that size, you're either talking of one of two kinds of weapons. Okay, a ceremonial one, or something similar to a naginata. Okay, now if you don't know what a naginata is, it's a pole weapon used in Japan. It was used mostly by women, and it had a sword blade on the end of it. Okay, so it could have been. I don't think it was evidence for giants. I think that's ridiculous. But it could have been. It could have been either, say, a naginata style weapon, or it could have been a ceremonial weapon. Either is possible. There were ceremonial weapons made in the Bronze Age. There's some axe heads that are impractically big, and even some sword blades in the Bronze Age that are impractically big. So, but those are weapons too. Those are weapons that have a different purpose as well. And I think it's very important to specify this. The weapon with a large, say, head on it, like a great, or even like an oversized weapon, like a great sword, isn't used to. Those weapons aren't used to for one-on-one combat. Okay, it's not those kind of weapons. They're used to clear an area. Okay, they're swung around very fast, and they're usually meant to clear an area. Basically, get a group of people to back away. That's what it's used for. Okay, so anything with a large blade on it, like a naginata, like an oversized spear, or say a great sword, those are used to clear areas. You know, to make sure that when you're going into, say, a group of people, you're clearing them out, you're dispersing them, so that other people around you can pick them off with smaller weapons. So, I think that's probably what we're dealing with here with the Kafar Monash weapons. Is they're probably clearing weapons. They could be ceremonial too if they were on, say, lower or smaller. But I think it's more likely that these are clearing weapons. Again, like the Greatsword. Like the Greatsword, like the Naginata, they're used to clear an area. So, basically, keep a group of attackers back. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. John Snyman adds, that would explain apparent signs of use on the blades. Yeah, sure, it would. Yeah. Thanks very much. You're most welcome. Yeah, and I have to admit, this is actually a fascinating thing about these clearing weapons. We don't think of them that much, but because we generally, when we kind of don't have a good view of how combat commenced. Yeah, Hollywood is very much like two armies come together and smack together, and then everyone flies apart. Okay, that's not the way ancient battles were done. And we don't actually have a clear sense of how ancient battles always took place. But it looks like when two armies met, they sort of were apprehensive. They sort of edged to each other. This is why for example, you did have, say, duels between like generals that took place prior to the beginning of the battle, because nobody wanted to get close. No one wants to die. Yeah, so generals would have to show extra bravery to give their armies enough courage to actually engage. So this is why you had like contests like David and Goliath, or Hector and Achilles. There was a fear of engagement. So these two representatives of each army would go out, the bravest of the brave, do a duel to give people enough courage to go and fight. In the case of, say, the victor of that duel, yes, I'm as brave, and my army's good, brave too, and they'll all rush in. In the case of the loser, the army would have courage because, well, we want revenge now. So these duels between armies were sort of ways to get undisciplined soldiers to actually meet and fight. So, yeah, well, they weren't stupid. I mean, yeah, you're right. They're not stupid.
Nobody wants to die.
Yeah. But in, say, the case of the Romans, Romans basically taught their troops to engage. So... yeah, they were very disciplined, and they had theories of battle that sort of transcended what we find in the Bronze Age. But, this is one of the things that freaked out, say the Philistines, with the David and Goliath thing. Because that's one of the things that, it's both of them are coming in, and yeah, there was this negotiation, but no one expected them to actually follow through with it. It was really to make the armies come together. So, when Goliath said, hey, if you defeat me, you become our slaves. If we defeat you, or If we defeat you, you become our slaves. If you defeat me, we become yours. Okay, that was not a real serious negotiation. Okay, what it was giving both sides enough courage to fight. Well, when the boy wins, that had the opposite effect, because their bravest and biggest got taken down by a kid. Well, if the kid's taken out the biggest and the bravest, yeah, now you've terrified your army. So then, when the armies actually did meet, a certain number of these people would have these clearing weapons to start breaking up the lines. A lot of sling warfare was to break up the lines. So that's one of the things that we see, like, for example, in that ancient warfare, where, a lot of weapons were used to break up lines. Slings were used to break up lines. Clearing weapons, as I said, like oversized spears, and oversized swords, those are clearing weapons. Weapons designed to break up battle formations so that people with, say, smaller weapons can get in there and actually do the killing. Okay? So, that was a fascinating rabbit trail. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay. And we are at the end of super chats. So we'll take a couple of non-super chats if we have any. And then we'll call it a night. But yeah, we're learning a lot now about ancient warfare that's just really interesting. And it's a lot more sophisticated than we used to think it was. I'll have to look that one up. Yeah, I'll have to look that one up. What? Yeah, I'll take that one. What? 8:19 p.m. Okay. 8:19. All right. Barry Oldern asked the question, how did Egypt treat women compared to the Israelite Torah commands? Egypt had a very sort of modern... women had a lot of rights in Egypt. Probably more so than any other place in the ancient Near East. Okay? Women had the right to divorce on a whim. They could divorce and remarry on their own initiative. That didn't typically apply to first marriages. First marriages were typically arranged, marriages, but second marriages and first divorces, that was up to the discretion of the either party. So a woman could divorce me on her just a whim. She could also remarry on a whim. Okay, she could earn income. She could inherit property under certain circumstances, but not completely. If it was only her brothers, tended to have priority in inheritance in Egypt. So if there was no children, the brother would often inherit the property. Okay, so one of the reasons why children were so important in say Egyptian marriages, because it did secure the woman's right to the husband's property. Women in Egypt could adopt on their own initiative. It was almost an unquestionable right. Okay, the only women that couldn't adopt in ancient Egypt were slave women and daughters of the king. They were the only people who couldn't adopt. So there's women had all sorts of rights. Work, save up, invest. They could do all of that. So they actually had a lot of rights in Egypt that they wouldn't have once the Islamic conquest of Egypt took place. A lot of those rights were taken away after Islam moved in. But ancient Egypt had a lot of rights for women. A lot of them. And more than most societies in the ancient Near East. Now, we do have to understand that when you compare that to Israelite Torah commands, it wasn't the same society. So a lot of the rights that would have been taken for granted in Egypt wasn't part of the culture in, like, for example, Israel did not had different rules for adoption. Okay? So adoption was not an easy thing in Israel. It was not an easy thing because adoption came with land rights. So there was a different culture going on in Israel that prevented, say, women or men from adopting. Really, adoption would not come into fashion again in Israel until the Hellenistic period, when most of those land rights ceased. Because of the clan structure of Israel too, there was also a lot of, say, restrictions on marriage. So there were issues with how Israel was organized as a society when we look at, say, Torah commands. But overall, the treatment of women in both Israel and Egypt was on the high end of the scale. Okay? I mean, it was a lot better than it was in Mesopotamia. It was a lot better than it was in Turkey. So, in Anatolia. So I would consider, say, Egypt to be sort of the most egalitarian of the ancient cultures of the region. But Israel's a close second. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's take it. Darkblade asks, would the Old Testament authors be able to understand modern Hebrew writing? The language itself, yes. The language of modern Hebrew is not that much different than biblical Hebrew. It's actually somewhat simplified. So, now, when we talk about the Old Testament authors, we have to understand, too, that the Old Testament authors are using Aramaic script, okay? So it also depends on when you're talking about. Bronze Age Old Testament authors, the ones who, the Torah, Moses and his amanuenses, they would have been reading in Paleo-Hebrew, okay? So while the underlying language is the same, the text looks different. So they're going to have a lot hard. They're going to have that challenge of being able to read different scripts. But once you get into the Second Temple period, where Aramaic script becomes fashionable replacement for Paleo-Hebrew, that's not much different than modern. So, and in fact, in some ways, it'll be a little easier, because one of the things that the authors of the Old Testament didn't have is spaces between words. So it'll actually be slightly easier for an Old Testament author to be able to read and understand the say, modern Hebrew, because there's no question where the word divisions are. We have to understand that actually that whole chopping up of words with spaces is relatively, I mean, that's an Anno Domini, innovation. It's an Anno Domini innovation, and it wasn't something that was, around during the time of the Old Testament. And it's interesting too, because we often, when we look at an Old Testament, we take the word spaces for granted. But there have actually been some word divisions that have come about where we can read, say, okay, maybe the Masoretes got the space wrong. Put the space in the wrong place. It's happened. And that's changed our readings. Like there's some names of administrators in, I think it's Persia, in one of the biblical texts, where the space should actually go in a different place. And once you put that space in a different place, the names are names that we recognize from Persian records. So there's that. So yeah, the Old Testament, at least from the Second Temple period onward, because when that changed to the Aramaic script becomes sort of in vogue, that's the point where an Old Testament author could recognize and be able to understand modern Hebrew. Now, we have to understand too that they'd be able to read the text, but not necessarily understand the text, because modern Hebrew has also a lot more of, say, contextual understandings that, say, ancient Hebrew wouldn't have. So, like, for example, the ephod, the word for the ephod, in ancient Hebrew, that was the breastplate of the high priest. Well, today, that word is not used to indicate breastplate, not often anyway. It's more used as in a bulletproof vest. Okay. So, an Old Testament author who would read a modern Hebrew Israeli pamphlet on bulletproof vests wouldn't understand it, because he wouldn't understand bullet, he wouldn't understand vest, he wouldn't understand those new uses of the Hebrew vocabulary. So, but the actual text, style of the text is very similar. The Aramaic hasn't changed that much between ancient Second Temple period Hebrew and, say, modern Hebrew. It's very similar. Very similar. Okay, so hope that answered your question. I did see one more here from Blue Sheep. Yeah. And we'll probably make that the final question of the night then. How does that sound? Unless there's anyone burning for you. Okay. All right, we'll take this one. It'll be the last question of the night. And it is from Blue Sheep. And he asks, are 600 chariots pursuing the Hebrews in Exodus a reasonable number? No, way too small. Well, okay. It's 600 elite chariots. Okay? That's one of the things we have to understand. These are elite chariots, the best of the best. These are the captains. These are the ones that are stationed at P. Ramses. Okay? These are the elites. And 600 chariots is not an unreasonable number. We have to understand how many chariots. Once we understand how many chariots are in the Ramesside armies, yeah, this is not an unreasonable figure at all. There were 4 armies. Egypt had 4 armies. It could have possibly had two others, but we know of 4 of them. There's some possibility that there might have been a couple armies stationed down in the south. Okay. But generally 4 to 6 armies is what we figure. Now, each army was made of 2,000 people. Okay? We know that the army of Seth was completely infantry. Okay, so that didn't have chariots. The army of Seth did not have chariots. But it was the exception of the 4. Okay? The other 3 armies, and I believe they are the armies of Ra, Osiris, and Ta. Those were mixed units. Okay? They were mixed units. They were half chariots, half infantry. So when we talk about, and each army was about 2,000 people, at 2,000 fighting units. So what we're going to get out of this then is every army had about 1,000 chariots and about, say, 1,000 infantry, roughly. It was probably closer to 1,500 chariots. Okay, so so you're talking about the combined 3 armies of the mixed units had about roughly 4,500 chariots in total. Okay, and that's really what we're talking about for the size of Egypt's army. Now, one of those chariots will be stationed in the east, or sorry, the west, near Libya, or at least some contingent of that will be stationed in Libya, probably at close to El Alamein, and the rest will be stationed on the Road of Horus. Okay, and there's a variety of outposts out there. So you're really talking about 3,500 to 4,000 chariots that were basically could be marshaled against the Israelites. So 600, not unreasonable at all. I would actually, in fact, I would actually expect that. I mean, that's actually a good, reasonable number for an elite sort of corps of chariots. You know? Darkblade, so the total Egyptian armed forces was about 8,000 guys. Yeah, about 8,000. 8 to 12,000 would be a reasonable estimate. Yeah, so that's what's reasonable for Egypt during the time of Ramses II. So yeah, 6,000 elites out of 4,500, not an unreasonable number for your best of the best. So yeah, 600. And it was more than that. It was more than 600. 600 is just the elite corps. Okay, they're the ones stationed at Ramses. They're the ones guarding the king. And they would post their best there because that's where you needed the security. The security had to be around the king. So easily a reasonable number. Easily a reasonable number. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that very interesting question. I think that was a great question to end on. So we're going to call it a night here. I want to thank all the donors who have contributed recently to this channel. Thank you so very much for your generosity. It helps keep the work going. We really, really appreciate it. And thank you so very much, especially you guys who've donated through PayPal. We really appreciate it. We also want to thank our super chatters who keep us, fed, food on the table, the lights on, and continuing to bring this content to you. We also want to thank our Patreon and YouTube membership supporters. You guys help keep the equipment upgraded. and we've had to get some more equipment. So we really, really appreciate that. It's become painfully aware to us that we don't have a backup for some of this equipment. We had a scare this week where the camera conked out, and we don't have a backup for that. So we're having to get some backup equipment. So yeah, we should have done that anyway. But thank you very much to the Patreon supporters who are actually helping to pay for that. We really appreciate that. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our content, who hit that like and subscribe button and the bell, and who share our URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. So with that said, thank you very much for watching tonight. It was a great time. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.